Well, hello there. Welcome, everyone. We are here for AI for Everyone. We are having a virtual summit. It is all day today, and we are thrilled to have you and to get started. My name is Kay Patrice Williams. I'm a councilwoman here in Fairfield. Locally, I'm an entrepreneur, but for this conversation, I am going to call myself an early AI adapter and mentor. We have a chock full agenda for you today, but we are going to kick it off with someone that I respect and honor so much, Tara Lynn Gray. You know what? Let's back up a minute, and I'm going to show you the full agenda. We have a welcome this morning at 10 with a special guest that I'm about to introduce you to. At 10:30, we have an AI for all. It's an overview of Chat GPT. 11:15, AI for career success. We have a break. Then we come right in at 2:15, AI tools for small businesses. At 1, using AI daily in your small business. We have a 2 o'clock break. Then at 2:15, AI opening doors and overcoming fears. At 3, grants RFPs for small business and nonprofit. And then we will be closing at 3:45. But now you are going to be introduced to someone remarkably special. I am so thrilled to bring this woman on the stage. It is Tara Lynn Gray. She is the director of the California Office of Small Business Advocate. And I'm going to bring her on stage and read her bio. You know, I'm going to read your bio. You knew that. Um, it's remarkably impressive. I'm just honored and thrilled to know you, Dr. Gray. And and let's just get into this bio here. Tara Lynn Gray was sworn in on April 25th, 2021, as the fifth director of the Solano Office of Small Business Advocate. She's
California office.
California office. Did I leave that out?
You
California
said
office.
Solano, sister.
Did I really? Oh, thank
We
you.
cover Solano.
California Office of Small Business Advocate. Thank you. She serves as the voice of California's 4.2 million small businesses in the governor's office of business and economic development. Under Director Gray's leadership, the California Office of Small Business Advocate focuses on helping to bring about Governor Newsom's California for All vision through further development of the state's small business ecosystem and by ensuring that questions about equity and inclusion are the starting point of all of the state's small business programs. Running her own business for 2 decades, working with 2 small business development centers, and running a business association and a foundation has given Director Gray the requisite experience and expertise to advocate for all small businesses. Immediately prior to her appointment by Governor Newsom, Director Gray led the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce and the Chamber Foundation as CEO. In her adopted city of Fresno, Director Gray engaged, educated, empowered small businesses across California's Valley. At the same time, she became deeply engaged in community service, leading the initiative Betting Big on small businesses owned by women and people of color on behalf of the Drive Investment Plan with the goal of increasing economic mobility for entrepreneurs in disinvested neighborhoods, closing opportunity gaps, the role of women and BIPOC business leaders, and diversity in procurement opportunities are recurrent themes in her advocacy work. She has also led green economy initiatives, employment and training programs, and working to advance electric vehicle ownership. I bring to you someone that I am just so crazy about and have known since her days as an entrepreneur, Director Tara Lynn Gray. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate Patrice. I was sitting there saying, okay, finish now, finish now.
I knew that's what you were saying. And no, because I want our community to know exactly who you are and why you are the best position to be in the seat to advocate for all of us.
Oh,
So
thank you.
thank
Thank you. I
you.
appreciate that. And I can be quoted as saying representation matters. So thank you for that, my dear sister. And good morning, everyone. Wow. Authentic intelligence, AI, artificial intelligence, no matter what way you put it, it's intelligence, it's a tool, it's a pathway, it's a technology that all of us need to have access to and learn to responsibly use. So as Kate Patrice said, I am the 5th director of California's Office of the Small Business Advocate. My name is Tara Lynn Gray. I am excited to hold this position. I get to do wonderful things like events such as this. In my office, we work to make sure that small businesses have access to resources, capital, new markets, and support to grow their businesses. And that's important because in California, the 5th largest economy in the world, we have the largest and the most robust small business community at more than 4 million businesses. We additionally have the most diverse small business community with 1.9 million small business owners that are diverse, immigrants, and represent what some might call marginalized populations when they are examined as a single population. But together, we are uniquely diverse and strong and provide diverse businesses $198 billion plus to the California economy every single year. So small businesses that provide 2/3 of all net new jobs added to the economy, and nearly half of all private sector jobs. There is no way that we can look at a new market or a new technology and not emphasize the potential role for small businesses as a part of that. So in my office, we manage what we call our scale network, SCALE. And we like to say that we are scaling small businesses for success. That network is success, capital access, and leadership for entrepreneurs. We support more than 122 small business support centers across the state through our programming. Over the last a little more than 3 years, 3.5 years, we have handled 5.3, administered $5.3 billion in funding across 14 distinct programs. And we keep our eye on new technology and new markets. We are supporting businesses in the green economy, helping underserved businesses get access to that. And we are, through events just like this one, supporting access to new technologies like AI. So I kind of want to just run down very quickly a couple of initiatives that my office is responsible for, and then get into AI specifically. I believe that as we talk about technologies and as we talk about opportunities, California has been an example of an opportunity economy for a very long time. We have the most business starts. We get the most venture capital. We have the most patents filed. I mean, you can just go down the list of indicators of small business success, and California leads so many of them. And in fact, I read a study not too long ago that the survival rate of businesses in California is longer than any other state in the union. And perhaps that is because of the robust network of support providers that we have. And for those of you that are hailing from Solano County, we definitely have a small business development center here in Solano County where you can receive free and very low cost services to help build your business. So really quick, a couple of things that I think it's important for you to know about. I think government sometimes is seen as, kind of this faraway tower, except for when we're called to the voting booth to, express those things that are important to us individually. Most of us feel kind of disconnected from government entities and agencies, and knowing the statutes and all of those things that govern really how we do business in the state and those things that impact small business. So I want to hit up on a couple. First, AB 2019, Assembly Bill 2019, which was signed by the governor in 2022, creates a mandate that 25% participation by small businesses in state contracts must happen, must be. So when you think about the billions of dollars that we spend as state agencies across the entire state apparatus, 25% of those opportunities must go to small business. And so want you to follow AB 2019, follow the implementation. My office is mandated to produce a report about the performance of agencies that is due January of each year. The inaugural report will be produced by my office and published January 1, 2025. So if you want to know how small businesses are faring in terms of government contracting, that is a way to do that. The second thing I want to talk about, it may not be obvious, but there's a $180 billion investment in infrastructure over the next 10 years. And if we think about 25% of that opportunity or those opportunities that make up that investment, that's more than $40 billion available to small businesses. So I encourage you to go to build.ca.gov. Again, build.ca.gov to follow those projects and those expenditures, and to offer your products and services to those specific opportunities so that you can do what I always call get in the slipstream of opportunity. It's oftentimes not just about who you know, but who knows you. So that when somebody says, hey, do you know a firm that does XYZ, that your firm's name will be at the top of the list or on the tip of somebody else's tongue. The last thing I'll hit upon is Executive Order in 1622. And I always bring this up because the governor of the state of California had the vision, foresight, and lastly, courage to mandate equity. So he has tasked through that executive order, he has tasked his entire administration to build equity into the agency programs and activities. So why do I bring that up now? I bring it up because it's a question when you are dialoguing with members of agencies and going after opportunities. It's a dialogue you should start. How are you implementing equity in your programs? How are you effectuating the change that the governor mandated in Executive Order in 1622? And if enough people are asking that question, then more and more people are providing that answer. And that is our responsibility as members of the governor's administration. And so one of the ways that we've done that in my office is to create an equity matrix and make sure that we have representation as we distribute the grants that we distribute in our grant programs in the office. So there's the technical stuff in the background. Now let's switch to AI. It has gotten some good and bad press. I attended an event a couple of months back, and the introduction that was done for me in that event was done by video. And it was a video that was created in AI. I was blown away at the prompt. Just introduced Director Terrellyn Gray, and the video pulled, images and text and events. I was just absolutely blown away that in less than 5 minutes, I think they told me it was like 2 minutes and 25 seconds, something like that. I just remember it was less than 5 minutes that this video was created. That's power. That right there is an equalizer of sorts. It makes what might be considered a mundane task, creating an introduction for someone, very simple and very easy to do. Something that you don't have to have a lot of experience. You don't need a certificate for it to use an AI software to create something new. So it is useful in so many ways. We are seeing it used in medical technology. We are seeing it used in business. We are seeing it used in academic settings. And in fact, universities are grappling with plagiarism and all kinds of issues in terms of academic integrity because of the ease and availability of AI. So I want to encourage, despite the issues, when there are issues, there is opportunity. And when you sit in the biggest opportunity economy in the world, certainly in the nation and one of the top 5 in the world, it is incumbent upon us to figure out how to mediate and moderate and to protect and to uphold, as well as exploit, monetize, and capitalize on that technology. So I am full of enthusiasm for this subject. I'm excited about this event today. You are going to hear from some great speakers and experts in this area. Hats off to you, Kate Patrice, for being at the forefront and bringing this topic and the issues surrounding it to our small businesses. So again, thank you for having me. Happy to take some questions if there's time for that. Otherwise, Kate Patrice, back to you.
Well, Kay Patrice is muted at the moment, so hopefully I can get her attention. There we go. Hi.
I was just saying thank you to Dr. Oh my
No
goodness. How,
worries.
4 years into the pandemic and still not pressing the unmute key. How about
The
that?
beauty of live stream, and this is what happened. So, anyway, go ahead, Carrie.
Boy, that's awesome. So you just met someone that I'm going to be queuing up here in just a minute, Nisi Marie from my team. She is helping to produce the AI summit, virtual summit today. And what I was going on and on about was just thinking Director Gray for making for presenting to us today, and really bringing up those 4 points. I'm going to be typing those up and putting those in the chat in a little bit, and we're going to be using AI to summarize those bills, that executive order. Build.ca.gov, and we're going to be using AI in all and to analyze and to summarize and to see how to build those into our businesses. But with that, you've already got a peep of her. Let me bring on stage Nisi Marie Wilder with Solano Empower Tech, and she is going to be presenting Introduction to Chat GPT under AI for All. Nisi, are you ready?
Let's do it. That's me. So, hi everybody. My name is Marie Wilder, and I wear many, many hats. I do integrated marketing for Brand Gov, and I do a lot of community outreach and marketing for Empower Solano. And I'm extremely excited to talk about Solano Empower Tech. So before I jump into about ChatGPT, let me give a little overview of what we're doing and why it matters. So through a generous grant of ARPA funding through Solano County Information Technology Department, we have launched Solano Empower Tech, and we are focused on specifically those folks who have been impacted by the justice system, whether they have been directly involved, their family has, if it has impacted them in some way, shape, or form, we are dedicated to helping to improve digital literacy skills. And the reason why this matters is that studies have shown that a lack of technical skills, access to technology, access to the internet is a documented barrier to people being able to reintegrate into the community. So we are tackling that head on. To back up, through the ARPA funding, there are a lot of different organizations that are targeting different audiences. So I don't want to make it sound like the elderly aren't important or the kids aren't important. There are other groups who are handling those communities. But for us, especially given that I met Kay Patrice after I was released from prison myself. So this is a cause that is near and dear to my heart. And this is my community. So I'm honored to be able to represent Solano Empower Tech today to go to present an introduction to Chat GPT. And if you're wanting more information about Solano Empower Tech, our website, the address is right there on the screen. We haven't officially launched yet, but we will be doing so shortly. We'll be offering in-person online classes. We'll be offering help desk and tutorials. We'll be doing events such as today's event. There'll be a lot of amazing things happening, the opportunities for mentorship and getting experience becoming a teacher yourself. So hopefully you will join us in these classes to come. So that being said, let me go ahead and jump into my the rest of the presentation. So on behalf of Solano Empower Tech, this is AI for All, Introduction to Chat GPT. So before we can jump in, the first thing we should probably answer is, what is artificial intelligence? Because there's so much fear going on right now, and the headlines about AI taking jobs and taking over the world. And so let's start first with just some standard definitions. Artificial intelligence is using technology to try to get computers and machines to think and learn like humans do. And while we have made some amazing leaps and bounds, the reality is we're not there yet. AI can help us with a lot of different things, which you're going to see here shortly, but it's not going to replace us. And at the end of the day, we must always have human eyes on the outputs and the things that we're using AI to do. So artificial intelligence is really good at helping to make decisions, obviously to calculate a lot faster than I can in my head. It can mimic human conversations. It can sound human and put emotion and basic communication skills into its answers, but it's just mimicking. It's not actually speaking the way that we do. Using AI helps to reduce errors, and it allows us to, most importantly, tie details together so much faster, and therefore help us get to conclusions that much faster. It's not doing anything that we ourselves can't do. It's just doing it a lot faster. And there are also pieces to AI that are outside of the realm, there are thought processes that are currently outside of the realm of what AI is capable of. Now, a lot of people, very smart people, are trying to create ways for AI to learn from itself and to be able to think in the abstract, but we're not there yet. So for that, we are still very much needed. So first, what is ChatGPT? Like, why are we talking about it? ChatGPT is conversational AI. If you text message, then you can use ChatGPT. It's that easy, and you're going to see it. It's something called natural language processing, and that sounds like something big and scary, but all it means is it's using very English-like words. You don't need to know how to code. You don't need to know how to program, and if this for that. I can start screeching nerd at you if you like, but you don't need any of that for ChatGPT. And actually, while I did say English-like, it can actually do it in any language that you want, but you can speak to it and message and communicate with ChatGPT just as you would talk to a friend or text message somebody. And ChatGPT is designed to help you with a wide variety of tasks. It's made to make your life easier. How it works. So this is it's a lot of information just to get you up to speed. ChatGPT uses a very, very powerful computer to look at lots and lots of data, everything out on the internet, everything that people are feeding into it. It is designed to learn based on the information that is fed into it. And then it takes that information to respond to your questions and your commands. The data that it's trained on is, some of it you might hear about screen scraping or learning from websites that are out there. For example, at this point, AI has probably read the entire Wikipedia website. And all of that information is available. Private companies are creating their own AI frameworks and feeding it their proprietary data, and then use it to create, to solve problems and ask questions and pull connections together that maybe they haven't quite made yet. The beauty of using ChatGPT and similar AI machines is that it can take in a lot of data, not just what you can copy paste, but it can take in huge amounts of data and process it quickly and seamlessly to you get to whatever decisions you're trying to make. So this can be used for writing, for learning, for brainstorming, and so much more. And we're going to see some of that in some of these examples. But like anything else, there's limitations. As you know, garbage in equals garbage out. And because AI is being trained on the entire breadth of the internet, all of the junk that's out there, outdated web pages, different human opinions, that's all going to be in there too. So you have to always look at everything with a critical eye that you get out of AI. It's not perfect, and it's not going to be for quite some time. We will always need that human touch and human connection on everything that we use. Moving on. So why does this matter to you? First off, ChatGPT is, and before I get too far, let me be clear, this is not an advertisement for ChatGPT. I use it myself every single day, and it's something that I am comfortable and familiar with. So it's very accessible. It for those who are hearing about AI, maybe have some concerns, the best way to address those concerns is to use it yourself, is to get familiar with it. And ChatGPT is an amazing tool that allows for that, where it is extremely easy to use for everyone. It's free. And the more that you use it, the more you're going to see the different ways that it can save you time. Because at the end of the day, the goal is to use these tools to take over some of the tedious tasks that waste a lot of our time, so we can focus on the things that we really want to do. So what can we do with ChatGPT? We can do so much, and we're going to do some of that in this session. I think the biggest thing you're going to see people using ChatGPT for are to help with writing, for letters, for emails, making poems or short stories. You can use it to help you learn something new. You could tell it, teach me about evolution, and it will give you a breakdown. If you want to learn a new hobby, it can help you figure out what your shoppings are or how to start your skill building. One of my favorite things to see is to create a recipe. You can tell it, I have these 6 things in my refrigerator. What can I make tonight? And it will come up with ideas and suggestions for you for what's going to be for dinner. If you're learning a foreign language, you can chat in that language with ChatGPT and practice. There's so much there, and there are a lot of ideas online for different ways to use ChatGPT. This is not meant to be comprehensive. This is just to hopefully get you excited about what it can do. So let's talk about how you get started. As I said, ChatGPT is free, and I am going to go ahead and start sharing my screen. We can have this window over here. Fantastic. Okay, so you do need to create a login to use ChatGPT, but it is free. So this very first screen right here, it's showing a whole bunch of ideas down here at the bottom of ways that you can use ChatGPT. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and log in, and it's got it starts here with what can I help you with, which is fantastic. And I'm going to pull up my notes so that I'm paying attention to what it is that I'm going to be doing. Okay, so first off, just to give you an overview of how easy it is. If you can text message, you can use ChatGPT. It is simply, you type into it. So I'm going to say, let's write a letter. I need to write a letter to my aunt. Her name is Lily. And let's say it's a thank you letter. And she gave us a blue glass vase. And if you notice, I didn't create complete sentences. I didn't capitalize everything where I need to, and that's okay. So the response is ChatGPT saying, here is a warm and heartfelt letter, thank you letter you can send to Aunt Lily. And then here's the letter right here. I'm not going to read it to you, but as you saw, this took seconds. Now, let's say that while this letter is very, very warm and professional, let's say that I have a different kind of relationship with Aunt Lily, that she and I are really close. So the beauty of ChatGPT is that you can then provide feedback on what you received and ask for changes. So I'm going to say, make this more informal. And it will go ahead and do that. And the beauty of ChatGPT is that as I feed in this information, it remembers everything within this conversation. So if I come back in and say that Lily has now sent me a TV, it already knows that Lily is my aunt. Sent me a TV. You don't have to retell it anything. So if you notice that in this next letter, it says, "Hey, Aunt Lily." So I didn't tell it again that that was my aunt. It remembered that, which is absolutely amazing. So the key to using ChatGPT is to, one, provide context, and two, to refine your results. And there are some things when I'm writing emails and writing letters, or I need the exact tone, I will have it regenerate my results 6, 7, 20 times. It never gets tired. So there are some tips to getting better results out of ChatGPT. One, you want to be very clear and specific with your prompts. The more information you give ChatGPT, the better results it's going to give you. So for example, if I'm writing an email to somebody and it's going to be bad news, I will tell ChatGPT that while this news is bad, this is a relationship that's important to me. Please make sure that comes through. And it finds the magic to get the words in there for me. Wordsmithing and writing letters takes a very long time, and ChatGPT allows me the ability to quickly get something out that I'm willing to send. You can ask as many times as you like until you get where you want to be. And again, the more information you put in, the better your results are going to be. And if you don't like something, it is always okay to ask it, make this different in this way. There's continue to always refine, ask ChatGPT to rephrase or to clarify what it is that it's giving you. So I am almost out of time for this session, but just some additional examples. Let me add this back in here. So I could say something like, explain why the sky is blue to my 5-year-old. So I'm putting in what it is I'm asking for, and I'm saying who the audience is. So this way it's giving me a very simplistic explanation that is fit for my 5-year-old. But if I can say, explain why the sky is blue to my scientist friend, and it'll give me, that's giving me something called Rayleigh or Rayleigh scattering. So it's a lot more scientific. I hope that in these examples, you're seeing how easy it is to use. Now, ChatGPT does have, they have an app as well as their website. So I was gonna bring my phone up, but it wasn't working very well on the screen. But the app for your phone works exactly like the website does. You don't need to have a whole computer to do this. You can have the app on your phone everywhere you are. Ask what you need to ask. It's extremely powerful, and you're only limited by your imagination. So speaking of limitations, just to reiterate before I close out, like I said, ChatGPT isn't perfect. Garbage in equals garbage out. And there's always the chance that it found some garbage. So you should always look at anything that you get out of any AI program, whether it's ChatGPT, Gemini, Poe, any of the other ones that are out there. Always take a look at it with a human eye. Do some fact checking and some critical thinking to ensure that the information that you are being given is correct. And at the end of the day, it doesn't replace human judgment. It can help you with your tasks, but it does not replace your ability to judge what is right and wrong and make the right decisions. So, in closing for this segment, ChatGPT, flexible, easy. If you get stuck or you're not sure how to do something, ask it. I have asked many times, how do I upload a resume to you? Or how do I attach a document to you? There's a lot of tutorials out there. I've included the websites. OpenAI is the name of the company that has that created ChatGPT, or you can go to chatgpt.com to get started. And I hope that you will enjoy exploring, and that will start opening some doors for you and give you a good peek into what the power of AI is, and give you a little bit of confidence that it's not all bad, that the headlines are they're saying a lot of scary things, but like anything else, we apply human intellect and judgment and rational thought to it. It is simply an amazing tool that can help us get more out of life and take care of some of the tedious tasks that we have to unfortunately spend our time on. So with that, I'm going to close out this session, and here in a couple minutes, we're going to start the next session. I'll turn it back over to you, Kate Patrice.
Thank you, Nisi. That was wonderful. So, you know what? If you could come back, I want to ask you a few questions.
That's me.
Hi. So, you were using the free version, right?
Yes, I was. Well, when you first log in, it will give you their most powerful, big, strong version that's out right now, and you get to use that for a little while until you reach some kind of limit. But I'm not doing anything crazy right now. If you want to attach documents, that kind of thing, they do want you to use their subscription model. But considering I'm using this every day and I don't have a subscription, I'm using the free version to do my job and do everything.
And so you have it on your desktop and on your phone.
Correct.
And do the two link? If you
Yes.
use it on your phone, can you see it on your desktop?
Yes, because the app that's on your phone, once you're logged in, it remembers your conversations, which is wonderful because, for example, for when I use it for work, I can go to the conversations that I had with ChatGPT 6 months ago and see, okay, when we submitted this project or what have you, here's the things that we did. And I can go back into that conversation and just pick up right where I left off. So it's almost like having a memory of my thinking process at the time. It's incredibly powerful. And as long as I'm logging into the app on my phone with the same login, all those conversations are accessible in both places.
Got it. And final question, and I'm pulling questions from a previous event that we did.
Okay.
There was questions about, what do you think about other platforms? So I think there's Gemini. I've heard of Poe. Why do you prefer? Or do you prefer a ChatGPT?
So I'm a nerd, and I belong to several online communities that discuss the emerging capabilities of AI. And there's a lot of benchmarking and comparisons that happen between all the various tools. And across the board, in terms of reasoning, logic, and accuracy, ChatGPT continues to come out on top as being the best. Now, I am not using it for, say, computer programming. One of the things that these GPTs have become very good at is generating computer code. People are telling it, hi, can you make me an app that does XYZ? And it's generating the code to make that happen. And some different platforms are better at those kinds of things than others. So because I'm not doing any of that, it's not an area that I've had to personally explore. So I think as the tools continue to develop, we're going to see them continue to compete with each other. Microsoft's Bing, Google's Gemini, Poe, Claude, ChatGPT, they're all big players. And because they are competing with each other, we all get to benefit from more and more powerful machines that do a better job every day.
Thank you. So also, I just want to say thank you one more time for our sponsors,
Yeah.
Solano County. It's funded by an ARPA grant, and also Match to Hire. So because of their generosity, we get to bring this to the community, and we are so appreciative. So Nisi, the
Yeah.
next AI, you're just doing double duty, aren't you?
I am, and I'm running everything here behind the scenes. So I apologize to folks if things get a little wonky here and there. But yes, I am. So
Thank
let
you.
me
Okay, so
pull
I'm
up.
going to re-tag you for AI for career success. And thank you, Nisi Marie. Take it away.
Thank you. Okay, so it's I'm still here. Now that we've talked a little bit about one of the major AI players are out there, which is ChatGPT, let's talk about the ways that you can use it to improve parts of your life. Now, later in there's a lot of other classes about small business and what's happening in the corporate world, but for where I'm sitting, I want to address for the every person out there, the curious. Why should you care about this? What can this do for me? I'm not a business. I'm not a corporation. Why does this matter? So, um, as somebody who has spent some time being unemployed and looking for jobs, and as I've mentioned in the past, I spent some time incarcerated. So finding a job is difficult. And I will take every little bit of help that I can get out there. And AI is a game changer. So we don't have a lot of time today, but I want to at least give an overview of some of the tools that are out there, and we can always connect outside of the conference to talk more about how to access them and how to use them. So the examples that I'm pulling together today for using AI are for career exploration, research, your resumes, your cover letters, and to help you prepare for your interviews. So if you've used things like LinkedIn or other websites that are out there, they are all using AI behind the scenes to help link you to different jobs that are out there. I'm going to continue to pull up ChatGPT and give some examples of different ways that that we can use these tools. And while I tend to use ChatGPT, especially for this because it's simple, does not mean that it is in any way the only tool that is out there. So in some of my slides, I am going to give some examples of other tools that are out there. So please do not let what I do be the end of your exploration. So that being said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my screen back up. So let's say that I'm looking for a new job. I can use ChatGPT to help me to, let's see, what is a typical career path for a, I want to, I've always been interested in being a truck driver. I think big trucks and big machines are exciting. So I can ask ChatGPT to give me some information about what it means to be a truck driver. How do I get involved in the field? What kind of training do I need? And I can ask it any questions about any careers that I'm possibly interested in. I can also, I'm going to just stop the generation because there's a lot of information there. I can also give it information about myself and see if it relates. I have a motorcycle license. Does this help at all? And through this, rather than, let me back up. I can always do a Google search, right? I can Google truck driver. And when I do that, I'm going to get 6 million returns on a bunch of different websites. And I would have to weed through all of that to try and get to what it is that I'm actually trying to figure out. But while using these AI tools, I can ask my specific question. So that's where the time savings comes in. The using an AI tool for your career exploration also helps to bring up other possibilities that maybe you haven't thought about. So, for example, on LinkedIn. So this is, let's see, is this showing? This is not showing up. I need to add another. Hold on. Let's see. Let me present my screen to you. Apologies to all the folks at home. There we go. Okay, sorry about the delay there, folks. Okay, so we had mentioned in career exploration that LinkedIn, just imagine, this is my LinkedIn profile. If I come up here to jobs and I go to my career insights, behind the scenes, LinkedIn is using AI to look at my profile, look at the jobs I used to have, look at the companies I used to work for, look at the people that I've been connected to, and it's suggesting different companies to look at, suggesting different jobs to potentially explore. So these are ways that AI is already happening in so much of the world that you can easily access. Another place that you're going to see AI is when you are researching jobs. So in today's world, if I do a search, we heard earlier about Cal OSPA. So if I do a search for Cal OSPA, Google is using AI to feed this information to us. So it's helping us to do the research into our jobs and into the companies that we might be interested in. AI is touching your lives in many different ways that you probably aren't even aware of. And you might have seen it when you're doing just basic Google searches, that it's giving you these drop downs right here. A lot of these are being generated through AI. So it's becoming more and more integrated into our daily life. Come back to here we go. So moving on to the next, we mentioned a little bit about research. So by using these AI tools, it's going to save you a lot of time of wasted going through millions and millions of links that may or may not have the information that you're looking for. AI allows you to tailor your search, not just tell me about Cal OSPA, but tell me about Cal OSPA in regards to whether I, as a truck driver, would fit in there. Obviously, those don't really go together, but AI can help me to get very specific questions answered in terms of potential jobs and potential companies. One of the biggest game changers in using AI is in resume improvement. So the first thing that we should probably talk about is these applicant tracking systems. So most companies are using AI now to scan resumes and applications they receive looking for very specific keywords. And resumes that don't have those keywords are being tossed out. So folks are sending in hundreds and hundreds of resumes to different jobs and hearing nothing simply because they don't have the right keywords in their job descriptions and job titles on their resume. So there are a couple of fantastic AI sites out there that you can feed in your job description and your resume, and it'll do a match for you and lets you know how well matched your resume is to that job. How likely is that employer to actually selecting your resume for a callback? This is a game changer. No longer is the submission of a resume a big just black hole where you send it in and you have no idea what they're looking for. So definitely make a bookmark and look at JobScan's the one that I've used so far, and it was free and it was so easy to use. And these tools are just continuing to improve better and better and better. And one best practice, whenever you're applying for a job, you should always edit your resume for the job you're applying for. Cookie cutter resumes will never get you in. And one of the ways in which AI is helping is allow you to quickly and easily do that. So I'm going to do a quick example here, coming back to ChatGPT, and I pulled up an example resume that I know all of you out there would have a much better resume, but I'll pull this up here so y'all can see it. So this is from somebody who was a security guard supervisor, and this is the text that's on her resume. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT, can you please improve this bullet for my resume? And then I'm just pasting it in there. And ChatGPT is pumping this information out with more professional language, properly formatted, grammatically correct. Now it's something that I would be proud to put on a resume. But I can take it a step further and say, I'm applying for a truck driver job. Please edit my bullet to be applicable. And by the way, I say please and thank you to ChatGPT. You don't have to. My parents, they raised me right. I'm manners, and it just happens. So, but don't think that you have to put the manners in there. It's not necessary to get good results. It's just how I roll. So here we go. The ChatGPT has now updated my resume bullet by including my truck driver experience in conjunction with my security experience. So through this, I can quickly and easily edit my resume for every job that I'm applying to. And using tools like JobScan or Resume AI, I can make sure that I'm going to have a better chance of getting through the filters with my resume. Okay. And as you can see how easy it is to do edits, generating cover letters now becomes so much easier. So you've seen me using ChatGPT to do some writing. So you can simply paste in the job description you're applying for and tell ChatGPT, I need a cover letter. And it will go ahead and give it to you. Now, this is where I want to put in a caveat for you. Companies are very wise to the ease with which we can generate cover letters, and AI generated writing sounds like AI generated writing. You look at it enough and you start to recognize it. Dear so-and-so, I hope this finds you well. Pretty much every AI generated letter is going to start with, I hope this finds you well, exclamation point. So that being said, using an AI tool for your cover letters is incredibly fast and incredibly powerful, but you still have to do the work. You still have to make it in your voice, in your tone. You can train ChatGPT, you can feed it a bunch of your own writing and say, this is my style, this is my tone, this is how I word things, please remember this. And it will do that. And it will try to match that in what it spits out. But before you submit anything, you do need to look at it. It saves you time, but it doesn't remove the task from you completely. So just remember that when you're using these AI tools. Okay. And the last thing we're going to talk about is interview prep. And how am I doing on time? I got about 10 more minutes. Fantastic. So this is such a neat little tool. Let's say that I've got an interview for my truck driver position. I'm making this up as I go. And I want to prepare for the interview. I can use these AI tools to help me do so in a couple of different ways. One, I can ask questions about what do you think they'll ask me at the interview? Or I can ask ChatGPT to interview me as if they were the company. And then I can ask it to give me feedback on my answers, thereby making me better prepared and have a better chance at acing my interview. Again, I'm using ChatGPT, but there are a number of tools out there that will do this. One of them, I think it's a big interview, will actually read your body language while you're talking so that you can learn exactly how, oh, me tilting my head this way does something, or I'm sitting up straight. So it will coach you on everything from your tone, your posture, the words that you use, as well as the answers to your questions. So there's a lot of help out there when it comes to getting ready for your interview. So let me pop back over here to ChatGPT, and let's see. I have a couple of examples that I've got saved here off to the side. So first, let's say I'm researching my truck driver position. Oh, I accidentally hit button. I hate when I do that. First, let me research my truck driving position. So I want to know what are the key trends, challenges, and opportunities. And again, I'm not going to spend time during our session here reading this, but you can see within seconds, I got a very good overview of my career prospects for the truck drivers, for being a truck driver. And now I'm going to say, I'm going to set some context. I'm going to tell ChatGPT, you are a hiring manager for a nationwide truck driving firm, hauling company, and you are interviewing me for entry level position. And if you'll notice I have typos and stuff, it's okay. ChatGPT ignores that. Okay. And so it is spitting out some of the questions that, as a hiring manager for a nationwide hauling firm, that it would ask me. So now I can take these questions and I can practice. I can come up with my answers. And then when I'm ready, I can actually give my answers to one of these AI programs and ask it to rate my answer for me. And one last tip I have on interviews, as many of you probably know, at the end of an interview, they're always going to ask, do you have any questions for me? And the answer to that is going to always be yes. You never leave without asking the interviewer questions. It shows that you are invested in the job. It shows that you're invested in being a part of it and that you take an interest in them. You can ask one of these AI programs to give you suggestions for questions to ask. There's a lot of articles out there about the questions you shouldn't ask, like, how much am I going to get paid? How much vacation do I get? No. So using ChatGPT, you can be prepared that when you walk in, not only are you going to nail the interviewer's questions, that you're going to come in with some really great questions for them, questions that show that you really are a fit for that position. So at this point, I am about out of time for talking about career development. We talked about the examples. So let me wrap up with, again, as I've mentioned in the past, limitations. It's not perfect. Review everything with a critical eye. Be wary of the data you get. If it doesn't seem right, it may not be. It also can give you biased information. So always make sure that you are just taking everything with a critical eye, and never submit anything without having a human eye on it first. I know in my own company, we have a policy that all work must have a human eye on it before it gets submitted, because we don't want our name on anything that an AI tool has come up with that doesn't align with our own internal policies, procedures, and what we're trying to do. And as I said in the past, AI does not replace your human judgment. It's just here to make your life a little bit easier. And for that, that's the end of my presentation. Kay Patrice, do you have any questions for me? And you're muted. I'm going to tell you now before you get started.
Thank you, because I sure was about to just start talking. So we've got some really, we are having full conversations in the comments. And I wanted to thank I think it's Mr. Thomas. I don't want to missay your first name. But Mr. Thomas was saying that that they run output through through more than one AI system to get rid of that AI tone. Oh wait, AI tone. And I was saying in the chat, there's absolutely an AI tone. Things that you read and you're like, this doesn't sound like a person has written it. And you just talked about it a little bit when you said, hey, everything needs to have it.
I hope this finds you well.
Right.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So you were just saying that, as a best practice, that someone else puts an eye on it before it goes out. And I love that.
Definitely. Thank you. And I'm looking at the clock. Did I finish extremely early?
You did.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we have time for questions and more demos. I got myself completely turned around there, but that's okay because there's a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of wonderful ways that we can do demos and show hands-on how to use these tools. Because at the end of the day, our goal is to address some of the fears and the myths that are out there. So how do we make this as accessible as possible?
No, I love that. And also, I really liked your examples that you gave. I was about to write it down, and I'm like, well, I'm not looking for a job, but but I love the tool where you found an AI tool that will, I guess, take video. You upload video of you in an interview or doing
Mhm.
a demo interview, and it will give you assessments. That's powerful.
Yes. Yes, that's huge, especially because we are not always aware of our body language. I see in pictures, for example, that my head is always tilted in pictures, and I don't even realize doing this. They tell me to smile, and all of a sudden in the pictures, here I am with my head tilted again. And so it's a stupid example, but tools like that are extremely helpful to point out for those little ticks, those subconscious things that we're doing and don't even realize. Whether you've got your arms folded or you're looking down. And Again, every advantage that we can get is helpful, especially like I said, in my situation where I'm coming in with a history, and coming out of the world of the justice impacted. So I'm already have so many things going against me, and so it's exciting to be able to see AI helping with these kinds of things. For me personally, the the way that it helps me the most is with the resume adjustments. Because so at this point in my career, my resume is 3 pages long, and to change every single bullet point to fit the job that I'm applying for takes hours and hours. And with a resume, you're fighting over every single little word to get to that polish, and AI makes it so incredibly easy. And that it that to me is one of the biggest benefits as a job seeker, is the ability to quickly and accurately modify my resume to be in alignment with the job that I'm going for. And I don't want to make it sound like it's making things up. I'm applying for jobs that I have experience in, and that I have touched what it is that they're looking for. But maybe for example, for me, I spend a lot of time working with government permitting systems, and I'm going to apply for something that has to do with a different kind of computer system. Skills transfer, and using AI, it will help me to quickly modify my resume to show that I have the skills that they're looking for, in a way that will hopefully get my foot in the door.
So, three more questions.
Okay.
So we've talked about, we used the term justice impacted, and
Yes.
you're the one that educated me and made me understand that includes more people than we think. Like you were talking about youth who has had, their parents were directly justice impacted, and that community includes them. Can you give us kind of a, you know, an inclusive lens of the justice impacted community?
Sure. Um, from a high level, it's anybody whose lives have been negatively impacted due to involvement with the justice system. And that could be because they themselves were arrested. It could be because a parent was arrested. It could be their child was. It could be that they were a victim of a crime. Um, there's a lot of different ways that being involved in the justice system in some capacity impacts lives. And unfortunately, most of the time, it's going to be a negative. It's hard to think of a time where where being involved with the justice system is going to be a positive in your life, but for the typically there is some sort of negative event or happenstance that has caused that involvement. And unfortunately, the effects of that involvement are very, very widespread, more so than I think most people would realize. It's kind of like ripples in a pond. So, for example, I was arrested and I went to prison, and because of that, my grandmother was afraid to get out of the house and meet new people because of the fear and the embarrassment of my charges. So those are ripples that continue to impact her, and because it had shut down her life because of me, then she's not getting as much help with her health problems because she's now less likely to leave the house and to speak up for herself. That is just one example. Taking it to where digital literacy matters, I'm extremely lucky that before I was arrested, my background was in software. So I came in with some strong tech skills. But a lot of the people that I met when I was incarcerated have never used an ATM, have never had a smartphone, have never used a computer. And when they get out and get dropped into this world, they're at a loss. You need the internet for so much, just to make a doctor's appointment, to see your lab results, to know how much money's in your bank account. Everything is online. And if you are not comfortable navigating that, the barriers to rejoining society and being a part of the community are so much higher. And that's why we are focusing on digital literacy, that by giving those who are coming in already behind, giving them a leg up and empowering them with the skills to be competitive, to be able to look for jobs, to have the technical skills that employers are looking for, and how to promote themselves to those employers, all of those things. And the hope is that by doing so, we are increasing the chances that they're going to stay out of prison and be a productive part of our community. And so, yeah, that was a lot.
No, it was a lot, but thank you. And that just cues up my next thought which is to, let anyone that is watching this program either live or later. We're going to have this running on a lot of different streams. We have a special program, and by the way, this is being a little commercial. This is being paid for by Solano. It's an ARPA, digital literacy equity grant, and we have this through. Oh, thank you very much. And that we have until June of 2025. We are going to load in a link for you to get on our list. We have free programming for you. We have free help desk support for you. We have a lot for you. So, for example, you just watched this presentation. We will have one to group time with you to go through this as slowly or quickly as you want, to answer any questions that you have. Thank you for queuing that back up. We're just thrilled, and you will be you have special programming with us, and we will get that to you. Nisi, where'd you go? Because I have one.
I'm right here. I'm here. I'm here. Party's
Great.
still going.
Okay. So here's my final question for you. And by the way, also Mr. Thomas was saying that he loved those LinkedIn AI tools that you mentioned.
Mhm.
They're pretty cool. And I just was looking at it either late tonight or early this morning, not sure which, half sleep. And I thought they were pretty neat too. But here's the question, Nisi, since we have extra time. So you gave us a lot of tools, and you used the example as a truck driver. So is the first step for someone that's, looking for either a new opportunity, is the next step for them to go into LinkedIn and enter in all of the job experience that they have, all of and connect all their connections that they have. Is that is that the first step?
I would say yes. And the reason why, I'm gonna bring my screen back up here. The reason why is I am in Indeed, which is a job search site. And right here at the top, if you notice, it has all of these filters. And under encourage to apply, the very first box is fair chance. So this is for those of us whose backgrounds are a little harder to explain, that maybe we have a harder time finding a job. But they also have some other categories in here. Back to work. Did you have a big break in your career? Maybe you haven't had a chance to get a degree, or you have a different skill set. That's okay. Using these filters, you can find the jobs that match your own skill set. And it's being powered by AI behind the scenes. LinkedIn, the great part, I'll bring up my profile, even though I haven't done much with it lately, but it has the ability for you to add all of your different your experience, your skill levels, what education you might have, and using their career explorer, it will match it to jobs that are out there. For example, let me go back into the career insights. And right here, it's saying jobs where I'm a top applicant. I have not applied for these positions. I haven't searched for these jobs. It's going out and it's finding jobs out there that match what I've said my skills are. That's amazing. There's no way that I would have gone to Fremont Hospital Behavioral Health's website and found a job to apply for. But oh, I don't have the whole list. But LinkedIn is doing that for me and bringing me opportunities that I would have completely not even known were out there. That is amazing. Because when you go to sites like Indeed, there's millions of jobs listed. And it's so hard, just like it's hard to get your own resume to the right person and for them to see it and want to interview you, it's just as hard for you to find the job that is right for you. And all of these tools working together help make it a lot easier. So that was a really long answer to your question, but yes, going to LinkedIn. And if you've never used LinkedIn, it's basically social media for your career. It's if you use Facebook or any of the other social media platforms, it's very similar. There's a picture, you talk about yourself, and you get to put in all of the different experiences that you have. And I want to encourage you, if I come back to my LinkedIn profile, and I know the rest of this afternoon we're going to be talking to a lot of small business stuff, but for right now, I'm talking to my justice impacted folks. So my community, down here under volunteering, I have Kairos Ministries. Now, this is something that I did while I was incarcerated. I was part of the planning for this large 3-day event that would happen twice a year in the prison. I put that on there. This is experience, even though so Bridges to Life was an amazing restorative justice program that's conducted within the prison system, and I became a certified lead facilitator for it. It's maybe not something I would put on my resume just because of room, but here in LinkedIn, it's great. It shows that it shows that there's more to me than just the work. It shows that I'm invested in something, and this brings in a whole other skill set that maybe you don't even think about normally putting on a resume. The ability to communicate with people, the ability to lead a group, to lead a discussion, that you're out there helping people. So just because your experiences might have been while part of the justice system doesn't mean that it doesn't count. So I want to be really clear about that and make sure that you're not selling yourself short as you're putting this information into LinkedIn. Include those experiences, use those to help you get that job that you are indeed qualified for.
Thank you. I was when you were talking, another question came to mind, and you just answered it, and that is, how do you handle gaps in employment. And so you just gave us another way. Are there any other pointers that you have for us how to handle, or is it kind of individual kind of
It's
basis depending on what type of volunteer work you've done?
Um, well, when I first had to find a job, and I was looking at about an 8-year gap in my employment history, and I just went up to Safeway and took a minimum wage job in the deli, because I just needed a job, and so there a gap wasn't I didn't have to address it. And it was after I'd been there a while, I worked my way up, and I got into a management position, that when it was time for me to then apply to get back into the tech sector, doing what I used to do in my career, I no longer had that gap because I've been working for Safeway. So the best advice I can give folks is, your first job, when you have a gap, it's not going to be your dream job. That's okay. It's a job for now. It's to get your foot in the door. And most companies, that I don't know why this is, but you are so much more hireable while you are currently working. And so having a job, any job, is better than not having one. So I guess for me, my secret sauce was to just be humble, take whatever. It doesn't matter that I was a software engineer. It doesn't matter that I did all these things. Um, I will take this minimum wage job and I will do it to the best of my ability. And by doing that, showing that I'm ready to work, showing up on time, um, promotions came quickly. And therefore, when I did have an opportunity to get back into the tech sector, I now had current employment on my resume. I had current references on my resume. And unfortunately, when we are having to rebuild our lives, we have to do it. Takes some time. It's not nobody's just gonna come up and hand us our dream job as much as we want to, and as much as we have already been through so much. um it's We got to do the work. And it's not, there's no easy answer. We have to do the work. But I think if for me personally, going and knowing that made the biggest difference. I have to go in very realistic that this is my job for now. And with every job you're in, it's your opportunity to do the best that you can, so that the next job is even better, and it keeps going from there.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so should we pull up the agenda and see? Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how I completely just flew us through. My goodness.
I love it because what that means is we all get a nice break. And so we are running way ahead of schedule. And our next session, actually, will you tell us about our next two sessions?
I would be happy to. So, our next two sessions are going to be about the tools that are available to use in your small business. Now, if you don't have a small business, this doesn't mean you should just leave, because every tool that people bring up, or that our speakers are going to mention, are things that you can use in your daily life, whether it is budgeting, whether it is marketing, because the 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 AI tools that they are using have purpose across a lot of different applications. But the focus of our next two presenters is going to be within small business as well as for nonprofits. So there's you, by sticking around, you're going to definitely get inspired. So we've got Nikila Walker Gibson coming. She's the founder of Scribble, which is a marketing and communication company. And if you were part of our Authentic Intelligence webinar that we did back in, I want to say it was February, you would recognize her from that, and she was fabulous. And then we also have Kathy Balick from the Small Business Development Corporation, the NorCal regional office, and she is the lead business advisor and the regional AI specialist. So we've got some amazing speakers coming, and that's going to be our two sessions after our break.
That's wonderful. And I'm going to be, I know there's AI opening doors and overcoming fears.
Mhm.
Um, that is coming up later in the day. And also, I will be teaching grants and RFPs for small business nonprofits. And to give you heads up, I will be giving you secret sauce for getting really strong drafts for RFP responses, grant responses. So if you're around, stick around, or if you need to peep out for a few hours and come back to any of these, feel free to pop in. The benefit of being live is we are checking the comments, we are interacting with you all. Hi, Tracy. Tracy likes that information, Nisi. If there are any questions, you'll get them answered live. So that's the benefit of watching it live. We love engaging with you live. We are streaming everywhere. Nisi, where are we?
Currently, well, we are streaming on two websites. We're on the AuthenticIntelligence.live website, as well as on the Match to Hire website, and the Empower Solano Facebook page and the Empower Solano YouTube channel.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. And again, if you are just as impacted, we have something special for you. By the time we come back, we will have in the link in the chat a place for you to opt in so that you can get all the free resources that we have for you. Okay, I think we should leave this screen up so anyone that comes in, they'll be able to see that we're back from the break.
Actually,
what do you think?
I've got something better.
You got something better?
There we go.
Oh.
So, but we're gonna run it twice though. So,
okay.
It's got a little countdown. So we're gonna run this twice, and so I'm thinking around 12ish or so, we'll start popping back in. We're gonna have our next speakers and kick off with Nikila at 12:15.
That sounds good. Okay, everyone, we will see you at 12. Hello, everyone. We are back. We are back. My name is Kay Patrice Williams. We are here for the AI Virtual Summit. And I am so excited to be able to queue up the small business section of this virtual summit. I am a councilwoman uh, in Solano County in the city of Fairfield. But what some may not know is I am also a business owner. I own multiple businesses, founded some nonprofits, and all of these organizations and companies are in the community to serve. But also, as an early adopter of AI, and because of Nisi Marie, who I'm going to bring up in a few seconds, uh, I embraced AI and was able to utilize it to increase my productivity, and support other employees within the company to leverage AI to increase their productivity as well. So much so, we don't have a lot of turnover in the company. People stay for a lot of years, but we did have two employees that left. We didn't have to replace those people. They were replaced through the use of AI. So not only have I used small AI in my small business to increase productivity, but oh my goodness, there are things that I do in AI that I can do in 10, 15 minutes that would take me a week or two full time. That includes business plans, that includes analysis of financial reports, that includes SWOT analysis. Anyway, I just wanted to get you all excited for this next segment. If you are a small business owner and can take advantage of these tools, we are queuing up some wonderful presenters. Nikila Walker Gibson is teaching AI tools for small business. And we have Kathy, I don't want to missay her name. I'm going to have Nisi come on and help me with her last name. Using AI daily in your small business. Say Kathy's last name for me. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, I believe it's Ballach, Ballach, Kathy Ballach.
Ballach. Thank you very much. So Nisi, while you're there, and I'm going to fade out into the background, I wanted to thank you for the bold vision of introducing AI to me. You did that in a employee meeting, and because you were a trusted source for me, I leaned in, and we are here today because of that. So I wanted to take a moment to thank you for that. Also, and what I'm hoping this we can pay that forward by as we are thought partners in this industry and leaders, and also we have Nikila and Kathy coming up. These trusted messengers of information will make as many people comfortable as possible in embracing technology and moving forward.
Definitely. So you had mentioned Nikila, and I am honored to be able to introduce her to all of the folks that are with us today. So if we did an authentic intelligence webinar a few months back, and Nikila joined us, and she was amazing. So it is an honor to bring her back with us. And so before I introduce her, let me tell you a little bit about her. So Nikila Walker Gibson is a seasoned marketing strategist and community engagement advocate with over a decade of experience in digital marketing, business development, and strategic communications. Her experiences include being the director of community engagement and marketing at Onstage Vallejo, social media marketing associate for Solana Together, the founder of it's LAVE Wash, Lave Wash. It's an environmentally conscious laundry service, and the founder of Scribble, a marketing and branding strategy business. Nikila has a history of supporting small businesses and marketing their services. She studied mathematics and computer science as a double major. Her expertise in narrative marketing, coupled with her passion for supporting small businesses, make her a compelling speaker on the practical applications of AI in the business world. And so with all of that being said, it is my honor to introduce Nikila to our live stream. Hi, Nikila, welcome.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for having me. Excuse my camera being a little close because, of course, when you're getting ready to do things, something techie always has to happen, right? So
Of
I'm
course.
on my other computer.
Just glad you were able to make it. When you are ready, you can share your screen and we'll make sure everybody can see it. So that being said, I'm going to pop out and I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. I'm going to turn my camera off so that way you guys are able to focus on the visuals here and let me know when you can see it. I want to be able to.
Oh. You shared it a little earlier and I saw it and now it's not showing on the list down below.
Okay, 1 second.
Sure, no problem.
All right. Okay, so we're going to go into present. And there we go. Are you guys able to see full screen? There we go. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome to AI Tools for Your Small Business. We're going to unlock your growth and efficiency. As Nisi has explained, I am an expert in communications and strategic communication. So we're going to look into different ways AI can not only help you with your productivity, but also help you to be able to tell your story of your business. So we're going to go on a journey here. So now let's take a step back and paint the picture. Over the years, we've seen development of countless tools designed to help small business owners present themselves professionally. Tools like Canva, Jotform, Google Suites, and Zapier. These became more and more accessible. And then, seemingly overnight, something game-changing happened. AI entered the scene. Although AI isn't new, it made a dramatic entrance. Unlike other tools, many AI platforms were offered for free. This took the world by storm, and before we knew it, AI was everywhere. Suddenly, doors opened to a magical world where people without tech or artistic skills could create whatever they imagined with just a few words. Instantly, they had access to the expertise of copywriters, illustrators, video editors, and so much more. Today, we're going to take a journey into the world of AI and explore just some of the many ways it can be used in your business. The possibilities are endless. The only limit is your imagination. So some of these images that you guys saw here were created with AI, and we'll go over the images in the video.
Hey, I'm starting a presentation for small business owners to tell them all about the amazing ways AI can transform their business communications and productivity. But first, do you have a name?
Well, I'm ChatGPT, but you can call me whatever you like. I'm here to help you and your audience explore the incredible world of AI. Together, we'll unlock how AI can enhance communication, boost productivity, and free up time for what matters most, growing your business.
Perfect. So let's get started. Meet Sarah. Sarah owns a small coffee shop. Like many business owners, she's passionate about her craft, but overwhelmed with managing communication. She's got emails piling up, social media posts she hasn't written, and a marketing campaign for her new seasonal drinks. And on top of that, she needs a script for a promotional video she's been putting off. How many of you can relate to Sarah's situation? Running a business often means wearing many hats: marketer, customer service representative, social media manager, and more. But what if there was a way to streamline those tasks? So how many in the audience are overwhelmed with some of the many tasks that we have to do? You can just put yes in the chat. So these images were created with Bing AI, and I used generative AI to create the videos with Runway. Runway has many different tools. The voiceovers or the lip syncing was done with Runway. The images were created on Bing AI. I showed one with an actual photo, and then also one that was created from an AI image to show you guys some of the uses of generative AI and creating images with AI. We'll go into more of that later. Sarah realizes she can now, then Sarah discovers something: AI tools designed specifically for her workload. With prompts, AI tools like ChatGPT, Google Gemini, and Claude can draft emails, social media posts, and even entire marketing campaigns. Sarah types a prompt, and ChatGPT generates a professional email response to customer inquiries. Sarah uploads images and asks Claude to help her design a personalized social media ad campaign. Here she's preparing for a Mad Hatter's lunch experience that's happening today at noon. Sarah asks Gemini for suggestions on how to structure her promotional video script. So here's the promotional video script for her marketing. Sarah realizes she can now focus on what matters most: interacting with her customers instead of drowning in communication tasks. So this video as well was created with Bing AI, which I'll show you, and then generative AI video with Runway. And you see how it has, with the training, it got smoother over time from the first ones that were created to this one here. So, what is your biggest communication challenge in your business? Is it writing emails, social media content, marketing campaigns, or all of the above? We'll take a minute and let you be able to select one in the chat. There are so many tasks, and it's really a challenge to keep up with everything that is necessary to run your business. But with AI, you're able to streamline your communications as well as be able to work on productivity with all the new integrations that are happening. But the magic doesn't stop with communication. Sarah soon discovers that AI tools can unlock her creativity in ways she never imagined. With platforms like Midjourney and InVideo AI, she can now create stunning visuals and promotional videos, all without the need for advanced design and video editing tools. With AI, creativity is no longer limited to professional designers and videographers. A few prompts and a bit of imagination, and suddenly you got assets ready to share with the world. So I'm going to go a little bit over what was used in this presentation so far. So there are lots of models and new models coming out every day. So it's really going to be about personal preference and ease of use and accuracy as well. But with more training, each one would get better. So with this one, I use Bing. Bing to me is one of the easiest ones to use. So when you're first starting out and you're not sure exactly what you're doing, you just kind of want to play with it, Bing is one of the best. Midjourney for me requires a little bit more advanced knowledge. it requires a little bit of, I don't want to call it programming, but there's a way that you have to set it up. I won't go into that today because it's more complicated. But also ChatGPT 4.0 has the options of creating images as well. So with all these tools and also ones that are integrated in some of the current software you use like Canva, you are able to create anything that you can imagine for your marketing or to be able to tell the story of your business. So this is the one that I chose here. And we are able to take it from this. So it's created with Bing AI. And in this one, we used Runway. Canva also has a video option. We'll show Cinema Flow towards in a little bit here, and in video as well, we'll also go over. But Runway, again, allows you to do lip syncing, the photo generative video, and as well as many other options. But to keep it simple, those are the ones. So we were able to take this image from that and turn it into this. See how her hair moves, her fingers and hands, her eyes. It's amazing. Also with Runway, again, you can create the video. So sometimes AI messes up. You see the coffee cups here, but you can go in and edit it. I could have went in and asked them to change it, but I wanted to show that, we're still learning. It's still in the beginnings of programming. So just keep at it, but it's important that we do that. But you're able to use Runway as well to take an image, create it into a video, and then create it into this.
Thank you for your order. Have a lovely day and we will see you next time.
And the more I program it, the more I practice, the more that it will get smoother and less mistakes. So let's answer some more questions. We want to take a minute and imagine your own business. That's supposed to say what is. What's one area where you think AI can help streamline your communications or marketing efforts? Is it writing social media posts, drafting blog articles, or even creating campaign ads? We'll take a minute and you can put your answers in the chat. I like the answer of all the above, Tracy. Yes, that is the goal here, is that you're able to create very fast, like Kay Patrice said, and be able to get your words, your stories out there, be able to tell your story, be able to get more clients to come in. So yes, social media and blogs. Blogs are a great way to increase your SEO and be able to bring more traction to your website. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. Yes, social media and blog posts. Social media is a great tool, but it can be overwhelming, especially with all the different types. So we'll start to get into a little bit more of that. So you guys know, speaking of social media, those short explainer videos that you see on TikTok, it might show up on your YouTube shorts. They don't have to necessarily be shorts, but that's where I typically see these. Again, those can be created with AI as well, very easily.
If you don't like boring, plain designs but still need custom prints, then choose us for organic awesomeness. Introducing our print press services, bringing your custom designs to life with organic materials. Whether you're a local business, a sports team, or a school, we've got you covered. Stand out with vibrant, eco-friendly prints that make a statement. Our professional team ensures top-notch quality and speedy delivery. Make your mark and elevate your brand with us today. Click the link to get started.
So how long do you guys think it took me to create that video? And how long do you think it would have taken me without AI? 20 minutes, 4 hours without AI. Mind you, we have to find the media, we have to do the voiceover, we have to do the captions. Days. 2 weeks. Yes, yes. This video took me 30 seconds. All I did was type in that I wanted to create a promo video for my design business. And then it popped up these options here. And then I click the button and it generates. The generation took probably about 2 minutes, but the typing in my prompt was instant. I did nothing. The only thing I did on here that it's not showing because my thing's covering here is that I did change the voice. So you have the option to change your voice, and you also have the option to choose the photos. That was the free version as well. So I don't know if you were able to see that it did have the watermark, but of course watermarks can be removed. But this is a wonderful tool, especially for faceless media. It's so in video, highly recommended, and it's affordable for small businesses. I believe it's could be $20 or less than 20. I don't recall exactly, but now it's even easier to create copy, images, and video. So we're going to take a quick look at Cinema Flow. So Cinema Flow does cost a little bit more than our prior one. However, this is a great option when you want to create video directly from a prompt. So on to our next story. James is great at fixing devices. Oh, excuse me. Meet James. James runs a small local tech repair shop, offering everything from phone screen repairs to computer upgrades. Like many small business owners, James is constantly juggling tasks. Answering emails, following up with customers, managing inventory, and keeping track of appointments. His day is filled with manual processes that leave him exhausted, and he can never seem to get ahead. How many of you feel like you're drowning in your day-to-day tasks of running your business? Maybe you spend hours replying to the same types of emails, or you're stuck doing repetitive tasks that take away from the time of actually doing your business. James is great at fixing devices, but the repetitive administrative tasks take up most of his time. Then he discovers the power of AI-driven tools. So those videos were created with Cinema Flow, straight from a prompt, and the prompt was tech business owner frustrated. I can't remember the exact prompt. I do apologize because I should have had it there, but direct from prompt. Isn't that amazing? So tools like Zapier, MailChimp, and ManyChat. James can now automate these tasks and focus on what he does best, which is serving his customers. So MailChimp, a lot of the tools that you currently use are beginning to integrate with AI. So keep an eye out. But if not, I'm going to give a couple examples of ways that you can increase productivity with AI integrations that are part of systems that you may already use or you can use. So MailChimp, which many are familiar with, they've been around for a long time. They also have an AI growth assistant. And here it tells you some of the things that they can do. They are working on currently, which I'm excited about, being able to analyze your customers and then create personalized marketing campaigns for them. So that's still in production. However, keep an eye out for it. It will be a great way for you to be able to keep communication with your customers and consumers without having to sit there and do it yourself. Jasper is another very popular tool. Jasper is designed for creating marketing mostly, but they also will soon have that capability of being able to analyze the customer. But Jasper is a great tool to be able to create, as you see here, that they're able to optimize their blog and as well as create images. Many of the tools now are starting to offer the image creation, and pretty soon video will be. Yes, I'll make sure there's a copy of the presentation. Pretty soon video will be the next, biggest thing. That's what everyone's working on. One thing about cinema video, that was the one that was used to create the curtains that opened in the very beginning. You're able to choose the different types of cinema and the way that you want the camera to be, which is great because with some of the other models, you have to have some knowledge, but it's great that you're able to do that and not have to be so knowledgeable about it. So one task that is very challenging for many business owners are that very quick communication when a customer sends you a message, not an email, but a direct message. So this is through ManyChat is can be integrated into your social media. So into Instagram, they do have an option to integrate it into your website. I have not tried it out yet. So they now have an option, an add-on for $29 additional a month. So I want to be able to show you guys the affordability of these options where you can integrate AI into your ManyChat to where it's starting to have a it's still in the process, but it's starting to have a more human-like communication with your clients. I showed you guys this one because right now, any type of customer service system, that they are very expensive. It's beyond the price that most business owners are able to afford right away. But ManyChat is a great way to take some of that away from it, reduce the tasks that you have to do, but it's affordable. Yes, so I see there's a question about some letting you start with an image. Yes, some of them do allow you to start with an image. So when it comes to the video creation, just about all of them allow you to insert your own images. The only one that it does allow you to, but I haven't played with it enough to know how to do it yet, is the in video, which does explainer video. But I know that it has the option. And as soon as I I'll have classes up for that one. Okay. So Zapier. I have used Zapier for years. Zapier, what it does is they create zaps. So what zaps are, it's a way to integrate your different programs without you having to code. So let's say you have a scheduling app and you need it to automatically send an email and also automatically add it to your calendar, and maybe your scheduler doesn't do it doesn't send to the calendar that you would like. You can create zaps. So this used to be painstaking. It used to take forever. You'd have to go into the different programs, such a challenge. But now Zapier is able to take all your productivity and your communications, and you can explain what you want to do, and then it'll give you the options, and you can select the ones that you would like to select. So I'm going to show a few examples of AI images that I created in the beginning. So these are not with the programming that has happened over the years. You guys see that this was 2023. But I wanted you to be able to see how some prompts are created. So you see here, describing. You want to describe as much as you can. The great thing about AI is that sometimes you don't have the words to explain what you're feeling or what you want to see. But many of the platforms are able to read emojis. These are created with Midjourney. AI, it's very important that we all do prompts and show the things that we would like to see. Now we're able to create representation in different spaces. See how it explains the iPhone. So he's taking the picture with his iPhone. So again, this was an earlier adoption of the AI. So you see how the spelling wasn't there. However, with additional tools like Canva, and this was over time, it's improved, you're able to go from this to this. This is an example of marketing material. Early AI, go from this to this. Again, from here to here with just a few additional tools. So what happens here is that AI is able to remove the background, and you see how clean it removed the background on those images. So let's go into our beginner's guide to using AI for creating marketing material. So first, understanding prompts. The definition of a prompt. A prompt is the input you give an AI tool to generate content. It's like a set of instructions or a question that tells the AI what you want to create. Be clear, be concise. Over time, you will learn more keywords to use to be able to create what you want. What I like about, and I've never tried it with ChatGPT, but Midjourney, you can have it describe images. So let's say there's an image that you like and you want to be able to describe it, but you don't know how to describe it. You can put it into Midjourney and it will describe it for you. And you can also learn additional ways to describe like that. Here are some of my early AI images. I love to be able to create representation in the types of images that we want to see without having the artistic skill to do it. Writing prompts for text-based content. For example, ChatGPT. Claude is also another one. And what was the other one? ChatGPT, Clyde, and I forgot the name of the other one. But there's others, but yes. So be direct, be concise. You want to be able to explain exactly what you need. So, for example, write 100-word social media post promoting the imaginary cafe, that's our cafe from earlier, new seasonal menu, highlighting our locally sourced ingredients and including a call to action to visit us this weekend. And then it will create your prompt. And then you go through and edit it. One tip is to ask it to remove unnecessary clauses. You can ask it to remove introductory clauses or introductory phases. It will make it sound less robotic. I talk with introductory clauses, but you know, they say it sounds like a robot. So for example, rewrite this text without introductory clauses to make it more concise. You can also create custom GPTs in ChatGPT 4.0. And with that, it allows you to be able to fine tune an AI for specific marketing needs. So you can train it on your brand voice, tone, and the messaging so that it stays consistent with your business. And then you can create as many of those as you want. That's what I like about ChatGPT, but Jasper also allows you to do the same thing. They just have limits. However, Jasper is a great tool if your main focus is to create marketing materials. So another tip is to optimize it for SEO. So for example, those blog posts that we were speaking of. Oh, SEO. So what SEO is, it's how your oh, sorry, my thing is beeping here. It helps you to be able to get your website to rank. So what it is it's search engine optimization. And when you use certain keywords, thank you. Yes. When you use certain keywords, it'll help you rank. So for example, right now, Google is experimenting with AI, but it has bots that go through and it scans your websites and is looking for certain keywords. Those keywords is what will help it rank on your website. So when you're creating your blogs, you want to make sure that if someone searches locally sourced food, that your blog could possibly come up because that's a potential customer. So those are SEO. So for your blogs and website copy, yes, you can ask the AI to include SEO keywords and phrases. So you're going to write your 500-word blog post on why the Imaginary Cafe uses organic ingredients. You want to include the keywords organic cafe, locally sourced food, and sustainable dining. So that's an example. Again, more AI images. Writing prompts for image generation. So DALL-E is the basis for most of the AI that's out there. I'm not going to get too techie, but there's multiple platforms or types of AI. A lot of the image creation is based off of DALL-E, just like majority of, or not majority, I don't like to say the majority, but there are others that are based off of the ChatGPT platform. So creating images with Midjourney, DALL-E, and etc. So tip number 1, describe the scene. Describe the colors, describe what you want to see. What helps me is I close my eyes and I think about it and I see it in my head and then I start to describe. Here's an example. Create an image of imaginary cafe's interior, rustic wooden tables, hanging plants, and soft lighting. Include a cozy corner with a customer reading a book. Specify your shot style and angle. So there are different platforms that will allow you to learn more about the different types of shots and angles. But for example, when in the airplane or in the astronauts, how it said taking a selfie with an iPhone. There's also wide lens, all sorts of different types. So you can use those to describe how you want your shot to be. So again, generate an image of a barista making a latte in the imaginary cafe using a close-up angle with a shallow depth of field, focusing on the latte art. And then it will create. Background removal. So there are some times where it'll create a background, but you may not want a background. Even if you're going to use a background remover like Canva, sometimes it's easier to try to make the background not be there or as flat as possible, just to make sure that it comes out clean when you do use the background remover. So you can ask it to remove the background. So generate an image of the Imaginary Cafe signature coffee mug with a transparent background for use on our website. You can also say no white background, no black background, no color background, things of that nature. Focus on lighting and aesthetics. So describe the lighting for dramatic or specific effects. So for example, create a lifestyle image of a group of friends enjoying brunch at the Imaginary Cafe with warm, natural lighting and vibrant colors. Another AI image, using emojis, using description, hyperrealism, Black womanly. Yes, there we go. Using emojis to inspire AI content. So, like I mentioned earlier, it's cool that AI tools can interpret emojis. And with that, you can have it add emojis into your copy, or you can use it to help describe what you may be feeling. Maybe you don't know the words to describe it just yet, and you just want to see what happens. So, for example, create a social media post for the Imaginary Cafe featuring a coffee mug emoji, a donut, on a cozy autumn day with falling leaves. So, play around with your prompts, generate fun and engaging content, and find out ways to tap into the emotional and visual communication of your clientele. How does this image make you guys feel? You guys can leave it in the chat. So, AI for generating generating marketing copy. So, tailor your voice and your tone and your voice. So, for example, your message can be friendly, professional, humorous. I've used witty. I've used sarcastic, all these different ways to describe the way you want to present your business to the world. So, for example, write a friendly, upbeat email introducing our new fall drink lineup at the Imaginary Cafe, including pumpkin spice lattes and cinnamon chai. I love pumpkin spice lattes. I'm so happy for the fall. Test multiple versions. So ask the AI to generate different versions to choose from. So most of them, if you're using Bing or Midjourney, those are the main two that I use. So they produce 4 images for you to choose from. From there, you can ask for let's say there was one or two of those that you like. You can hit V1, V2, V3, V4, depending on which one it is. So image 1, image 2, but the V stands for version, and it'll give you other versions of that same image. You can also, let's say there was one in particular that you like, they can also make it sharper. So create 3 variations of a 30-second script promoting the Imaginary Cafe's cozy autumn atmosphere and seasonal offerings. So I like to do this with my with my marketing copy, because sometimes you need different options and you want to be able to choose the best. And I've also taken, because when you go through and edit it, you want to, sometimes I will go and I will take different portions of that, different portions and place it together. Also ask for your call to action. I think we're getting close on time. So this one here, I wanted to be able to show you guys that I actually was able to take this image and place it into Canva. And I don't have it on here, but I will make sure I have it for everyone. And so in the Canva one, I have snow falling in the background. The fireplace is crackling. I like to listen to lo-fi, and they always have these nice images. So I think we're running out of time here, so I will go a little bit faster. So AI tools for productivity and automation. So again, you can use the new AI or Zapier to connect your automation tools, but you also can use it to help. MailChimp can help as well, and you can make it automatically write the content. Excuse me, you can have ChatGPT or Jasper write the content that you would like to put in there, and then have it automatically sent. We talked a little bit about chatbots and customer service. And another option is TDO and Drift to automate responses. There are others. There's Ada, and there's another one. However, they are pretty pricey. So I, recommend for the small business owner to start off with WeChat. Again, creating images that we want to see. Camera shots. Here's a couple examples: wide angle, close up, lifestyle, Flat lay, those are the ones where they lay it out on the table and it's like a aerial shot of whatever it is you want on there. So this one's breakfast spread. Selfie style and first person POV are examples of prompts you can use. And again, creating with emojis and create spaces of the imagination. So experiment with AI for your visuals and multimedia content. You can create videos like I showed you there. You can also create a prompt in ChatGPT or Claude or whichever one of your choosing and put it in video into the other video creation, and it can create it for you. Again, creating representation. So final tip, have fun. AI can be playful and creative tool. Experiment with different prompts, including emojis, styles, perspectives. The possibilities are endless. And the more you explore, the better you'll understand what works for the imaginary cafe, which is your imagination, your business. Don't be afraid to refine your ideas. And that's it. Are there any questions?
Hey, Nikila. So there was a question about AI and copyright.
Oh, yes. So right now, there isn't a regulation on it. They're going to try, but even with, it's not actually taking someone else's image. And also that I'm happy you brought that up, because one thing I did want to mention before we ended here is I do not recommend creating someone else's copywritten content in there. So don't make a Mickey Mouse in the style that you want and put it on a t-shirt. You are drawing the line there. So when it comes to copywriting or any type of what is the other one?
Trademark.
My brain. Trademarks. Thank you. Copywriting and trademarking. When it comes to those types of things, it's hard to copyright a style. And I do understand the fear of AI, and artists are afraid that they won't be able to be able to sell their prints if you can get it cheaper and faster. But there's always going to be a need for artists. There's always going to be a need for that creative work that we cannot create. Sometimes AI will not create exactly what you want, and you may need an artist for that. And also the imagination that comes with an artist is still going to be needed. But even with products that are made today, there are certain rules when it comes to creativity, creative things that you're creating, and copyright, because it's really tricky. So I don't want to get too much into the legal parts of it. Just know that it's very tricky, but do not be afraid that you are going to infringe on someone else's copyrights, as long as you are not using their actual copywritten image. For example, Mickey Mouse. Don't put Mickey Mouse. Disney will come for you.
Right. And so, Nikila, we have another presentation from you a little bit later in the day, but yes. For right now, how do people get a hold of you if they would like to consult or have questions?
Yes, so the best way to get in contact with me is, yes, I do take clients, LinkedIn under my name, or Instagram under Nikila the Entrepreneur, Facebook under Nikila the Entrepreneur, and I will also make sure that everyone has access to my email as well.
Thank you so much. And I like that you mentioned about fears, because your session later in the day is going to be talking about fears versus facts. So thank you so much. This was, I was making notes. Yes. I can't wait to get my hands on all of these tools. It's absolutely amazing. So thank you. So, and now we are going to switch gears. And it is my honor to bring up Kathy Bollock, and I'm saying her name correctly, and she can correct me if I'm wrong. Kathy is the lead business analyst for the Solano Napa SBDC, and as well as, this is exciting, the regional AI specialist for the Northern California region. She's also a marketing strategist and online marketer, experienced in website design, content development, email communications, and marketing media. Kathy holds an MBA with a focus on entrepreneurship from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and a master's in international management from the University of Arizona Thunderbird. The Solano Napa Small Business Development Center is dedicated to providing a deep understanding of the local business landscape and is committed to empowering small businesses with practical, actionable knowledge. So, Kathy, welcome. Can't hear you. I'm still not hearing anything. Sorry, we're not getting any sound. So as we mentioned earlier in the day when we're having a live stream, it is live. And we just roll with it.
Tell me if you can get it.
Oh, there we are. Yep. Got you. Oh, now you're not there anymore.
Okay.
There we are. Hi. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'm really excited to a regional AI specialist. That's amazing. So I'm looking forward to your presentation. And this is about using AI daily in your small business. So with that being said, I am going to get out of your way and let you do. You just let me know when you want me to bring it.
We can go ahead and bring it up. We've got a lot to cover. All right. So first of all, I want to introduce, I work, besides being president of Enjoy, which I help with tech expertise and video generation. I'm the lead business advisor for Solano Napa Small Business Development Center, which is one of your best resources. You can work with us at no charge if you are in the Solano Napa area. And so we help you with whatever you're looking for. We can't do it for you, but we help you figure it out and move forward, which is amazing that we have such an incredible resource here in Solano County. So I wanted to introduce you today to the daily, what I call the welcome to the circus, because AI is, it's just crazy. And if you're feeling overwhelmed right now, I just want to do a reset here for a minute. Let me just go back. Let's just do a reset and just think about the approach to AI and how you're going to use it for a small business. And there's three things that AI can do really well, just three. One is it can improve your efficiency, which you kind of hear this already being talked about. It makes things easier, right? You can automate things. You can write a whole, a document, an email, whatever it is, in just moments. It can improve your quality when it's used right. So for example, if I do write something, I can go back and make sure and have it proofread. I can use tools like Grammarly and other things that are going to help me make sure something is better. I could even go ahead and look at how it might hit my voice more. But the other thing is, the great thing is the expanding your abilities. And that means you can do more. And that includes things like the video, for example, right? Voiceovers, all sorts of things. Translations. I may not speak another language, but I sure can take a document, one thing, and easily translate it with amazing results. So that's the AI opportunity. I just want to bring up some challenges to think about, because this will help drive where you go when you take this class. And that is, where do you start? There are so much out there, so much. And it's changing daily. There's so many tools. So tools and platforms are things like Google Gemini. It's Chat GPT. It's Perplexity. There's all of these different tools out there, and there are a ton of them, and they just keep exploding. And those are the basic ones. Never mind all the small tools that are out there. And then one of the biggest concerns too is the cost of time and money. Learning the tools, even though they try to make it as easy as possible, there is some learning process in there. And certainly the cost of the money. Even though to say, oh, something's only $20, it's only $29 a month, that adds up really quickly, and you can spend a lot of money. So making the right decisions for your small business is essential. So I want you to start, just can clear your head with an AI mindset. And that means a few things. First of all, understanding how good artificial intelligence is, which means it is pretty amazing with some things. But it also requires you to be involved. It requires a human touch. You can get something from video and say, give me just something, and it will spit something out. But does it capture your brand? Does it capture what's your unique value proposition? There is work that you need to do to make any of this really work. So because of that, you want to view AI as a collaborator, not this is going to be the thing that's going to help me just create all the things that I can't otherwise do. Oh, I'm just going to set it off and it's going to create all of my social media posts. Boom, boom. No, otherwise we're going to have everything start sounding the same. So you want to focus your activity. You want to focus, and so I want you to ask today is, where do you spend your time? You know, what are the places that you can be more efficient in? If you're doing a task over and over again, like for example, right before this, I spent some time, I run our workshops for the SBDC, and happy to announce that I'm working on what I'm calling an AI lunch break, which is a half hour, doing, I think 3 times a month is what I'm planning out, to talk about very specific applications of AI. So I'm sitting there in the background and creating an AI, a custom GPT really is what I was doing. But if you don't know, I mean, but don't worry about it. But something that will each time help me write a description of a workshop that we're going to be teaching. So that's an example of being more efficient. I can use it to write one, and then I can also use it again and again to keep writing all of them. So I give it a little quick idea of what it's about. I can have it generate my workshop title, some ideas for it, which I can choose the run I want, and then it can help me write the description. I just tell it things like, I want it to be 3 paragraphs and then include my bio, whatever. Those are the kind of example. How you can improve quality. So what are you really not good at? Let's say you are a really poor writer. Well, this is something that you can run through everything you write can be run through AI to improve it. Again, a tool like Grammarly, or simply using any of the other big tools, which I'm going to talk about. And then what new areas should you be embracing? And this, I'm going to give you some ideas with this too. What other expanded abilities could you consider for your business? So interacting with AI. So first of all, you want to choose your tools and choose them wisely because of what I said about that cost and that time. So there's basically kind of what I would call standalone AI, which is a tool that you can kind of use for many things, and then AI integrated in other tools. So an example of standalone AI would be like ChatGPT, would be using Google Gemini, would be using Microsoft Copilot, which was formerly Bing. And then AI integrated into other tools. I love Canva for marketing. Canva is fabulous. They have some great integrations. MailChimp has some great integrations. So all those things that, even though you're not like, oh, I'm using AI, the things that they're incorporating are really important for you to do a great job. And then how can you interact? And you have prompts, which are the instructions that you give it. I'm going to give you a quick primer on how to write a really good prompt. So instructions, and they can be voice or text. And I'm going to come back to that voice thing because the voice thing is really remarkable. And I would like you, when you leave today, to start working with AI daily, that you have downloaded some AI apps on your phone. For example, on my phone, I have Perplexity, I have ChatGPT, and I have Microsoft Copilot. I've got 3 tools that I can use, and it will transform the way you start using AI. And then, of course, custom GPTs. I won't go into that too much, but again, repetitive tasks, when you're doing something over and over again, that's kind of like, oh, it's a time to write a GPT. Just like I'm writing a workshop description. I write, 50, 100 workshop descriptions in a year. Why not make it automated, and have a standard GPT that I can pull up? Again, don't worry if you don't know the language. Okay, we're on to Act 2. And this is, I want to switch gears for a minute and just let you know that AI truly is changing everything. And what this means is that, first of all, search is changing dramatically. And I'm going to knock your stocks up with some of these numbers here. AI-powered search can answer user queries 75% of the time without requiring a visit to the website. So what do you think that means? AI tools can aggregate and summarize tools from various links from other websites, replacing traditional links. And the original content may be key, but the incentive diminishes if AI will simply scrape your information. All I'm saying here is there's all of these things that are happening that are changing the way search works. And with this, especially with these things, people may not ever visit your website. So how are you going to be found online? What's called an organic search is going down massively. That's 75% of time without a visit to your site. That's remarkable. And then the other problem is massive amounts of redundant information. What I mean is that if we're all using AI and we're all creating our social media posts and we're all creating all of our website content, how much are we all going to start sounding alike, and how do you stand out? More use of social media for search is also going up because that connection is important. Another change to realize is online shopping is changing. AI is going to continue, it's going to be taking up a bigger part of the way we shop online. Source product, detailed information, reviews, planning, comparisons, without people having to come to your website. And just as an example, I was preparing a tour through Napa Valley, and I did a whole, it wasn't shopping, but just going back to the other example. But I pulled up wineries to stop up. I created a whole itinerary without visiting anybody's website, just using AI. So you have to think about, well, what does that mean? Automation, efficiency are key. There are chatbots. We'll go to that. Customer service. How these things also can help make things easier for customers. Personalized experiences such as product recommendations, targeted ads, tailored interactions. You might recognize some of these things, like oh yeah, Amazon does some of these things, right? They have great product recommendations, but those things are also going to continue to roll out throughout the web, to through any tools when people are searching, because they're not going to be using a regular search anymore. In fact, people are already searching directly in AI. So if you want to get used to this, start changing your mindset. Start use AI, put it on your phone. Start thinking like the other people are thinking now. Some other big changes I want to mention. Cybersecurity safety is going to be more challenging. You probably hear a lot about fake information, right? I hope everybody kind of gets that. But scams. I just had somebody here from ID. Gosh, I can't think of the name of it. It's an Australian friend who is here. Australia has this organization that helps people who have been scammed, tries to help them deal with it. And they don't recover the money or anything like that, but they try to build awareness and help prevent scamming and things like that. And she told me, and this is crazy, just listen to this. She told me that if you add up the money made from drug trafficking and from sex trafficking, scamming brings in more than both combined. So is that remarkable or what? I find that unbelievable. So video, also more important. So anybody want to take a guess? Throw some numbers in that chat there. Compared to text and image combined, how much more shares does social video generate? If you put video on your social platform, instead of just using text, you can text and image combined. How many more shares does it generate? Tell me how many more times it gets, I'm going to see some numbers in there, please. Anybody? Not seeing anything. Oh, you know what? There's comments. Sorry, I'm in the wrong thing there. There we go. 10 times, 10 times. So we got some good 10 times. Yeah, it's 4 times. It's 12 times. So 12 times more shares that come in from, on Google's first page. So really important to be thinking about how you use video. And then, Oh, sorry, go back to the second one. Websites with video are, so yeah, how much more compared to, so I did the first one there. And then the second one, websites with video are how much more likely to appear on Google's first page? Anybody guesses on that? Separate things. The first one was 12 times. Anybody? Not seeing any guesses really close. Anything? It is 52 times more likely. 52. Websites with video are more likely to appear on Google's first page, 52 times more likely. You've got to have video, right? So hopefully all these facts are going to just blow your mind of how things are changing. And of course, automation's expected. Jobs will change. Jobs are lost, and but other opportunities come about. So jobs are changing. I also wonder, does this leave some more room for in-person differentiation? With everybody focusing so much online, maybe it's time to think about some opportunities that you can do in person. AI tools, of course, are proliferating. Massive growth. There's an AI tool for everything. There's actually a website called There's an AI for that. Choose and use a few selective regularly. So this is my goal again for you today, is to think about the few that you can start using if you are not using them. If you are, then think about those other things, about how you're going to make it, more efficient or easier. How are you going to make it better, and how are you going to expand your abilities? And then you start thinking on adding the other tools. So select a few generative AI tools with AI integrated, like Canva, for example. Again, MailChimp, those would be some good examples. And here's one of the challenges. You kind of have to still do this a bit. Zapier can certainly help you to some degree, but you are what's called doing a little bit of AI stacking, which is doing some things over here and then coming over there. I just worked up a video and it came out really good. I loved it. And I did, added the voice. So I'm running over, I'm doing one thing over here, pulling it over here, pulling it into the video. It's not hard. It wasn't necessarily difficult, but it just means that you have to think about how you're going to stack things. And that also means that, again, you have to have access to more tools. So some everyday AI tools that I want you to be thinking about are these ones. Whoops. ChatGPT, Gemini, so that's Google, Copilot, and Claude would be so really good examples. Explore with them, play with them. They all have their free versions that you can start seeing what works for you. The thing I like about both Gemini and Copilot is that they have you can use them directly on the screen, and hopefully I'll have time to demo that and show you what I mean by that. So I can be working on one thing and have it on the right of my screens as I'm doing that. ChatGPT, though, is that's the A level. It has much more capabilities, but you don't always need those. I have a ChatGPT subscription. I absolutely am using it every single day. I also have Copilot and Gemini, not really doing as much with Claude right now. But it's a lot of tools. The benefit of having more than one, even if it's some free versions, is that when you come up with a result, you can still check against other ones, right? See what, I get a result over here with Gemini. Well, what is ChatGPT giving me? And I do this all the time. I do it with, again, imagery. I do it with text. Start seeing what you come up with and comparing results. So some other things besides, so those were some of the big ones, but here are some other ones that are also very large that I want you to think about. And that is for research. Perplexity is a great one for real-time answers. Also, Copilot is, pretty good. And again, Google also is doing stuff. But Perplexity is really a platform that's known for solid research, for citing its sources. You probably heard today about hallucinations, which is where it creates information that isn't true. Well, Perplexity gives you its sources. It's a great research tool. So if you've got that, if you've got information to look up, wonderful one to use. I do keep that in my toolbox. Image generation, DALL-E. So things like Copilot, they already have DALL-E, right? You know, some of the tools are already incorporating images. You can do them all on the same site, or you can go there directly. So, but DALL-E is a one that's already incorporated into some other tools. Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, and there's others. There's whole things like the Adobe Suite. You know, you could get just overwhelmed with all of the tools that are out there. So again, how are you going to just choose what would be reasonable and choose one, you know, to start with, slowly grow. Image editing, again, here's some other tools. Canva is probably my favorite marketing tool. I love Adobe. I've been using Adobe since the 90s. So I do love it, but it tends to be a little bit more advanced and expensive. Canva is amazing for what you get for the price. And you can do video in Canva too. So as I mentioned below, Runway as a fabulous program, Canva, and then pulling in the audio from 11 Labs is the tool that I'm using. Coding, there are definitely coding sites out there. You don't have to write the code. Website creation, gosh, you can do the whole, you know, website development now. And then website analysis and, you know, auditing. So how is your website working? How can you improve it? So many tools. I just want to give you, again, a caution here is that you have to know, like, okay, what tools are you going to choose? But the real magic in this is going to be how you keep consistent and build your brand. And it's not just running out there and throwing something and create me a video and, you know, create a brand mission, create ideas for me. That's a place to start, but it's the human element that's going to make the difference. Otherwise, you're going to look like everybody else. So we're on part 3, and I want to give you some examples here. Okay, so we're going to stop and cover these, and there are really these 5 areas that I wanted to cover. So research and ideas. And I come at this mostly from a marketing standpoint, right? But this is going to be applicable through so many parts of your business. So this is how I break things down. I like to think of how are you going to research and come up with ideas that you can use for your business? How can you generate entirely new things? And this one's a huge one, right? Creating, whether it's creating a press release, whether it's creating a video, whether it's creating web content, creating the introduction to your book, creating the chapters of your book, you know, creating images, creating all of the things that are going to be useful. You can help it, you know, have the help of creating your brand guidelines. Oh my gosh, you know, it's endless. There's so many things to create. And then you can improve what you've already created. And this is, again, that quality thing that I want you to think about, which is, okay, you write something, how can you use AI to help you improve it? Because it's not just a one and done. It's not like, okay, create this for me and then I'm done. It's like a process. If we put it into a flow chart, you might have AI create some ideas for you, and then you go back and you decide what things you want to work with. And then you might go ahead and write let's say I'm coming up with some articles, and I create some titles for those or some ideas for the articles, and I choose which ones I like then. And then I come back and I say, these are the ones I want. Help me write some titles for these. And I get some ideas for titles. And I have to look at those for how is my brand? How are they representing really what I want to say? And be very cautious about that. And then I might go out after I've selected the titles, and I might find some good case studies or generate some good case studies online. That's my research part. And then I might start writing the article. But I'm involved. If you notice, the point is now I'm going to go back and I'm going to read that and see does it work? This is the way AI you can synthesize it into your business on a daily basis. So now I'm using AI and then I start using it to improve it, right? You know, I might make some tweaks. I'll run it through some other AI to see what other suggestions they might have. You know, there's different ways of doing that. It can also do other things, so like understand and analyze your data. So for example, If anybody has Google Analytics on your website, well, that's already using that, right? It's already, how do you think it's calculating all of that information? But I can do more. I could pull up all my social media stats and run through it and start looking for what is customer sentiment? How are people feeling? What are they talking most about? All of these kind of things I can run through AI. It's pretty amazing. And of course, all of the automation tasks, right? Running your customer service out of AI with a chatbot, for example. So is going to be a big thing. And then personalizing. In this, you can also personalize your marketer and user experience, make it more tailored for them. Whatever you do, your prompts are essential. So I want to give you another view of prompts, and I'm going to try to give you a little bit of a system you can use for this, which is any outcome you get requires good prompts. And this is the information you want to answer. Who am I? What's your background? So you can give a background of who you are, what you're doing. I'm a small business owner of a, blah, 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 blah. What is the request that you want? And it's usually in the form of a verb, create an image, write a press release, whatever it is. It's generally going to start with a verb of what you want. What is the outcome? Who is helping? And this means that you can assign a role to the AI. You are a marketing expert. You're going to help me with my small business. You can actually do this and tell them what role they are playing. You don't always have to do that, but it can sometimes, in some cases, it can be helpful. Like, let's say I'm I'm a teacher and I want AI to write it for, I can tell like who is helping or who they are writing it for, such as they're writing it for, third grade students. So, what kind of level do I want it to be? Which details? This might include size, formatting, put it in bullet points, give me subheadings, make it 5,000, or that might be too long, but it's 500 words long. I might say for my workshop descriptions, give me, make it no more than, I always say no more than 3 paragraphs. I don't usually tell it how large to make the paragraphs, but that's the kind of thing. Work in 3 bullet points. All of those kind of things would be important details. And then other things such as how to focus, such as, branding. How can I make sure that I still am staying true to my brand? I can certainly try to encourage it that way. It won't always turn out. But one great way of doing this is uploading examples. So if I have a workshop and let's say I have a specific way I like to do this, I might actually include an example of one of the workshops I have written up before. And that way it's going to stick more to that format. It's going to learn whenever I give it examples. Amazing, huh? So some really wonderful stuff. And just sometimes prompting needs to be broken up in steps. So if you're going to write a business plan, you are not going to get that all in one prompt. You might write, okay, what is give me an outline for a business plan. Boom. The AI will have no problem spilling that out to you. Boom, I've got my prompt. Now help walk me through my market research. Well, that's going to be a pretty big area. My unique value proposition. Each of those is going to take a bunch of little tasks, and it's going to take some work to get there. Business plans, like even though AI can do this, if you have it try to spit out everything for you automatically, it's not going to reflect what you're really doing. So that's the challenge. So I want to give you some hands-on examples here, and I'm really going to focus on the first 2. So researching a new business and so the research and ideas, right? Because these are things that you're going to be doing on a daily basis. And some of the other stuff gets to be a little bit more confusing. And the improving, so again, research ideas, how do you generating entirely new things, creating a document, creating an image. And then improving is pretty straightforward. So I'm just not going to cover that, because that means, like, again, that's when you're going to say, I've got a document, I've got something, how to improve, what do I need to do? Maybe I want to run something through and try to get more of my brand voice or something like that. And then there's those other things that I went through already. But like I said, we're going to focus because this is mostly what the kind of things that you should be able to do every day. Okay. With that, let me change my screen. I've got 3 screens here, so I need to make sure I'm using the right one right now. What is everybody seeing right now? Are you seeing I think it has to be over here. Are you seeing my
I'm seeing
tools?
AI workshops planning.
Okay, yep, so that's the one over there. But you get to see what I'm actually working. Okay, wonderful. Well, that's fine. I'll be over here. I work with 3 screens. I find this to be so much easier, even though you have to be it gets a little bit crazy sometimes. So I want to walk you through 3 examples that I'm going to use. And the first one is I'm going to look at if I'm doing some research on a business. I think I'm going to use Perplexity for this one. Let's go over here. Actually, I did this one already for you because I was worried about time. And I could put it in again. So what I put in, for example, here, I don't see it there, so maybe it's not. That's fine. I will just put it in down. Sorry, this is Perplexity over here. So I've got, if you notice, so let me just explain something first. This is typically the way I work. You see this thing over here on the right, this whole right frame? This is Copilot. So I can toggle Copilot open or not, which is really helpful. So I can use it at any time, right? You could see I was doing some stuff, checking on slides of things I wanted to write and, and doing other things about just AI and there's my workshop description I was reworking. So good stuff. I actually have 2 AI things open right now. I have Perplexity in the main screen. And because I am in Microsoft Edge, and you have to be in Microsoft Edge to do this, I can also have Copilot open. So I can actually run something through both sides. That's actually the same with Google too. The way Google works, I use when I use Google, and I use which one is it? Google over here. So I'm using Chrome, and you can see it's exactly the same thing. I've got stuff over here. I've got a presentation up, and I can also do the same thing. I can toggle. If you notice, I'm clicking on the upper right hand where it says Ask Gemini spinning around, and all of a sudden I've got AI. It's a wonderful way to work. So even if I'm using a different tool such as ChatGPT or Perplexity, I often have the other ones there because easy to check. And Copilot has some decent free options, which I like. Anyways, back to my example here. I mentioned Perplexity is really good for research. So I'm the owner of a startup coffee shop in Dixon, California. I need to understand my competitive landscape, blah, blah, blah. Please act as a marketing expert, right? This is who they are, and analyze the online reviews, social media, mentions nearby coffee shops, summarize what, so here's my verb, summarize what customers value most and identify any gaps or opportunities for my business to stand out. Format the output as a detailed report with the following sections. So I'm giving it really specific information. It's not crazy, but it's going to be able to do this. And here we go. How quick is this? So here it gives me some information about the customer. There's my customer preferences, competitor offerings, opportunities for differentiation, and recommended action plan. So this is a great, again, back in the research. This is my research. I need to understand my business. This is a terrific tool for helping me do that, for helping me figure out a little bit more about my business. By the way, I can also still use Gemini here. It's just that I won't have the toggle over here. So I'm in Gemini right now, but it's on my main screen because I'm in the Microsoft Edge browser. I hope that's not too confusing, but the point is that if you're in a Microsoft Edge, you have access to, well, Microsoft Copilot. If you are in Google Chrome, you have easy access to a sidebar of Google Gemini. but I'm going to just use this for now. And I'm going to show you something also. Let's see how it goes. I haven't tried this in Google Gemini yet, so let's see what happens. So I'm going to do another one, which is, you are an industry expert. Let's see, you can just close. Oh, whoops, it did as a ping. I don't want to ping. Let me try to recopy this in there. Okay, so I'm going to put, you are an industry expert who can help me identify the main companies in the market and tell me how I can better them. Find me the best companies that offer a similar product. Well, this is a little trick I'm using. This is kind of more advanced, but it will help you understand what I'm doing there. This is the product. I'm going to do cheese, and companies that offer a similar cheese to me and in the area. And I'm going to say, let's see, Napa County. So if I say I'm a Napa County business, this will help me really understand what I can do. So I'm looking for my competitors. I'm doing competitor analysis right here. There we go. We had it didn't come up with very much. So I might take this, or is it still coming up? This one. And let's see. Let's copy that. If I don't like what it's coming up with, I'm going to try it over here in Copilot. Whoops, I missed the Y, but hopefully it won't. That shouldn't change anything because it's pretty smart. Okay, there we go. This is a little better. I got better results in this one. There's Vela Cheese Company of California, which are over in Sonoma, so close by, Sonoma Cheese Factory. What makes them good is giving me all the information, all the competitor information that I want. Laura Chanel's chèvre. So all sorts of good stuff. So you can start seeing how this can be make a big difference. Okay, there's Spring Hill, Jersey, which was the one, actually that one gave me different. So he's going to give me, this one gave me a nice map. Look at that, check that out. I've got a map with different ones, and it's done the comparison for me. How great is that? And I noticed that on here, academia is also listed on the map, but it's not on that list. So I could go back and now say, what about academia? And do the same thing. But I know we're going to run out of time. So I want to keep us nice and simple, and I'm going to jump over to ChatGPT. And with ChatGPT, I'm going to show you another example. So I'm going to start moving into the create. And I'm kind of, so right now I'm doing you are an expert copywriter. I'm telling them who they are, right? With more than 20 years of experience in writing high performing copy. Does that help? I'm not quite sure, but I want to write. I'm not going to tell them who I am, and they don't need to know. I just wanted to generate it. So again, those guidelines I gave you are, help you make sure you're covering all of the basics. Write the headlines about the importance of ratings for small businesses. I'm very interested in this topic, so I want to create something. Present your response as a list of bullet points, using the following as inspiration. So I gave it an example of the format that I like. And let's see what it comes up with. Here they are. So it gave me some keywords as well. I didn't ask for that, did I? I don't think I did. And yet I got that as well. So really lovely. And I've got some great ideas to check from. So again, how amazing is that? So this would be the first step that I might do once I know I want to do an article. I might have done a backup step before that, researching some ideas of things I wanted to write about. Let's do another one in ChatGPT. So I'm going to say you are a PR expert this time. Please write a press release for my new business manufacturing rubber ducks and tuxes. Don't ask me, I just thought of that. We are launching tomorrow in select markets in the US. Please ask 5 follow-up questions to be sure you understand. Let's see what it comes up with. It's just writing it, didn't ask me the questions. It's leaving spaces, so I'm assuming it's going to come back and ask me now for those bits of information. So let's see what it does. Okay, so now there it is. It's asking me, oh no, not yet. Follow-up questions. Now it's asking me those questions. What does it need to provide? And here they are. What is the name? So it wants to put that in. Can you provide any specific markets? So good information. I'm surprised it didn't ask me first, but that's fine. Again, I can now try this also, go over to, Copilot, go over to Google Gemini, which I've got up here. By the way, if you notice in my this is how I work up here, is I have my core tools up here. So here are my core tools. Then I have my images tools. Hopefully everybody can see that okay, just how I work so that I have everything properly arranged. All right, I'm going to do one last one and just do an image on this, just again, something for fun. And this time I'm going to say, create some playful logo ideas. And if you notice, I jumped over here to Copilot this time. Create some playful logo ideas for a company called Avo Baby that makes avocado-based baby food available in farmers market in the San Francisco Bay Area. Let's see what it comes. Because Copilot is connected with DALL-E, so it's also feeding that through. And you see that right there on the right. If you can read this little bit down where my cursor is, hopefully you can see that. It says powered by DALL-E. So it's going to create 4 options for me. And there we go. Oh, I could have told it, I usually often write, on a white background because it gets difficult to find. Aren't those charming though? And if you notice when I clicked it, it changed it, jumped it over here into the main screen. And I can go through those and say, yep, those are good, very charming. I've had some really good results with this prompt, just that I actually really like. Anyways, so that would be some ideas of how we can start prompting. All right, with that, let me jump back to my presentation and get to a few other things before I run out of time. Let's see. All right, so working with AI daily. So your mission to do this is to get the tools. I encourage you to get, at least ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, Claude, and start playing around with them. Download at least one on your phone. Currently, I have Perplexity, Gemini, and Copilot. I have Perplexity, Copilot, and ChatGPT on my phone. I use ChatGPT the most. It is, like I said, kind of the, it's the A level, A game of what's out there right now. When you have questions about AI, here's the other great thing. You can start asking AI. If you're like, well, what tools do they have for, fill in the blank? What do you think? What other voice tools are there for audio? Look, ask AI. Instead of researching it, every time that you touch search, stop and ask yourself, can I be asking AI? Keep a journal of prompts that you use. This one's really important, or it's a really important part of your learning process. And it's also a big help if you're going to create something. For example, I've been working on a book that has imagery in it. I have prompts saved in an Excel spreadsheet for every single image that I create. That helps a big way. And then there's some great resources in there too that you can check out. There's a nice primer on deck resources, AI for business. And then there's also experimenting with prompts, GoDaddy, which by the way, I don't care to work with again, I'm also do web design stuff, and it's not one of my favorites for that purpose, but they have a lovely tool for prompts. And then a video that accompanies it as well. All right, so where are we up to? I think I'm pretty much ready for questions. Let me just go through one more thing that's before I stop sharing. Oops. Come on, back. There we go, which is just to let you know that the Solano Napa SBDC is here. It is, again, a free resource for your business. You can sign up for SBDC online trainings. I am in the process of working on, like I said, an AI lunch event, like half hour, 3 times a month, that is just dedicated to AI. And we have one-on-one help with business advisors. I just wanted to show you this because this was an extra thing I had created, which is just, I mentioned, I walked you through those different ways you can use AI. Here are just some of the ideas of what you can do for text generation. There's so many places where you can use it. So it can be quite overwhelming, which is why you want to stop and think about what makes sense for you. Where can you really be using this? Okay, with that, let me come back to my screen and stop sharing.
Thank you so much, Kathy. That was amazing. You had mentioned earlier about it being overwhelming, and it is. I don't use AI, and even I'm looking at all of these different tools and how to integrate them, and there's a lot. So, of the tools that you've mentioned, which of these would you say are vital to actually have a subscription for versus the free ones that will get you by?
I think it depends on what the business is, right? That's why if somebody goes by and says, what am I doing? Where am I spending most of my time? Like I said, I use ChatGPT is probably my number one, but I have the free versions of the other one. Perplexity has been a great one for anybody who's going to be using a lot of kind of research and needs to make sure they're using good fact-checked information. I shouldn't say fact-check, but it pulls up the sources and everything, which is, it's one of the better ones for that. But again, so, first of all, where do you spend your time? How can you be more efficient in it? Second of all, how can you improve your quality? And some tools you might already have. I believe for myself, for example, ChatGPT, I use Canva quite a lot for a lot of my marketing, and they have amazing tools. The last video I created, I used using Canva and incorporating other things, so it was pretty amazing. And then again, like for example, what things are going to help you expand was the third question. What do you really need? And that's why I wanted to give everybody a moment to think of, here's how things are changing. What does that mean for you? If you know video is so important, if you know that cybersecurity is going to be even more challenging, if you know these things, how do you learn to focus your efforts? People's behaviors are going to be changing a lot with this, and we're going to expect automation, but so go through those things. And so my first suggestion, for example, is if you're going to use this for marketing, create a marketing strategy, create a marketing plan, and then find the gaps and deal with it.
What you had mentioned about the change in perspective and the paradigms that we're currently working under, about the fact that folks are going to be able to get your information and never even touch your website. That is such
it's
a
already
shift.
happened. It's a huge shift. Yeah.
So what do you see? How do we lean into that? How do we deal with this? Is it just a matter of having the information on a screen scrape page so that the crawlers can find it? Like what do you see in terms of being able to lean into that?
Great question. That is really where being in as many places as possible is going to be even more important. So if you aren't on, so choosing those platforms, having partner sites, right? So, if you're a member of the Chamber of Commerce, maybe if you're not, you should be. You start thinking of all the places where you can start putting your business and having content available. And then also tying your content available with your information. So if it's going to scrape the information, you're going to make sure it comes up with your name. So let's say I'm a tour guide, and I'm going to talk about some of the best tours in Napa Valley or whatever. And in that case, I might make sure that my business is always going to be connected at critical junctures with that, so that data gets scraped. My information as the tour guide is still going to be out there. So it's not necessarily a terrible thing if your business can also be ranking as it pulls that information. So not just stealing all my information, stealing what I've got, but actually still presenting me as a business, as my business.
Taking the information and keeping it in
Yes.
context.
Yeah.
Got
So that's
it.
going to be one of the big shifts is how it's called really like omni-channel search, how you can be in many places, and then how you can keep your information and keep your value proposition. And this is also why just pulling stuff from from AI and spewing it out, that's what's making you unique. Nothing.
Right.
But now you start talking about some case examples of the businesses you've helped. Now you start talking about specific aspects of things you offer that are unique. That is the kind of thing that will be a game changer and is so important. And it's the reason why I give some cautions. There's a bunch of cautions about AI, but just don't take it and just figure you can throw it out there, whatever it spews, because we are all going to sound alike if that happened. And that doesn't help anybody.
No.
And the search engines are also very much weeding that out. If you sound like it's just something that's been spewed out again and again, and we're going to have all these things. I mean, I played around with a presentation, to see what it came up with AI for me and, for this presentation. And they all sound the same. I didn't use it because I couldn't get what I wanted. I just couldn't get some things that really say, how do I use AI daily? I haven't seen anybody say, well, shit, I should just have my, it on my phone every day, so that I've got my tools here. And, I've got my, 3 tools in the
There you
second
are.
row. I've got my tools.
Yep.
I can start. Here's the other cool thing is with, let's say, Chat GPT. It truly is chat, because now I can start using this, if you see the icons on there,
Mhm.
this one over with the little headphones, I can ask it to tell me about the latest AI news. Hopefully this will come through. Oh, it misheard me. Tell me the latest AI news. Oh, I did it under, sorry, I did hit the wrong button. Tell me the latest AI news.
Well, we can't hear anything, but it's kind of like what we talked about in an earlier session, that if you can text message somebody, you can use these tools. It's become so easy and so accessible that we're really only limited by our creativity at this point.
The cool thing about this is that I can be in the car now, and I don't have to be sitting there holding my phone. I could just have it sitting down and I can start having a conversation. So let's say you want to learn something new. And let's say you wanted to talk about, okay, I want to learn more about, the question I asked was, what's the latest AI news? I can be in the car and I could just tell to tell me the latest AI news. So go through all the headlines, and then it'll say, is there anything specific you want to know? Oh yes, I want to know more about that whatever item. I've just transformed my downtime into learning time. That's another thing. That's why I said, if you don't put it on your phone, you've missed some really big opportunities, right? I mean, I find myself now just in the same way like we do with our phones. We're sitting with friends and we're talking about something, except for now I'm doing it with ChatGPT and I'm asking questions.
Interesting, because I find myself jumping over to wiki or Google every time I come across something I'm not familiar with, or even you go down those Reddit rabbit holes, and so it's sounding like that I need to up level and switch that over to AI to really get the most out of those.
Because it will do all that information for you. It will check, it's scraped all that information. So it's going to give you the information you need, again, without you having to be in I can just do it via voice. I love things via voice. I tend not to sit there, want to start, Check, check, check. Oh, and by the way, that stuff that I put in there, it still comes up in text too. So it still shows the text. This is what it started producing. It just started talking to me about it, but it still saved it there in text. So I could come back and look through what the headlines were. Safe, super intelligent startup raises 1 billion. Facebook AI training controversy. So there's all this stuff that's going on. So yeah.
And that's amazing because the more you're interacting, the more it's learning what you like and becoming even more and more personalized for you. Kathy, this was absolutely amazing. How do people get a hold of you if they want to have questions or take some of the classes that you mentioned?
If you're going to interact with Solano Napa SBDC, the best thing is to go to our website if you're not already a client, and I will post that in the comment. And I saw your comment, Bates, of history of prompts as well. Glad to see that. I will put in our link to our website. That's the best way to get in contact with us and check out all of our classes. I mean, I just, this morning started developing some more. We already have taught some AI classes, but we're going to have more. Anyways, this link here is going to have, there's a link that you can click on that says join, where you can ask for our services, again, which are free if you are in Solano or Napa counties and you're in business. And there's also a link to our workshops. The only caveat with the SBDC, like I said, is we don't do it for you. We help you figure it out and move forward. But it's an amazing service. And I've been so proud. I've been with the SBDC for about 15 years, and it's truly amazing.
They really are. We've been in partnership and had several projects, and it is amazing. Like, I don't think people realize the resources that are available at low or no cost, all with the one goal of making your business successful. It's amazing. So, Kathy, thank you so very. I learned so much from your presentation. Please send me a copy of it so we can include it out to everyone. And this has just been absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait until we get to hang out again and I get to continue to learn as you continue to research the latest and greatest. And I'm hoping that when you do your lunch things, that it's something out there that the rest of us mere mortals can participate in sometimes. That would be amazing.
Thank you. This is great. I always love how we're all on the same page with the AI stuff. So this is fun. Great seeing everybody.
Thank you. So at this point, folks, we are going to have another 15-minute break. And when we come back, we are going to welcome Nikila back to talk about the facts and fears, and then round up the day with Kay Patrice Williams on grants and funding. So please enjoy your break, and we will see you back a little after 2:15. I am talking to a muted microphone because that's what I do. But welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a moment to grab something to drink, get a little mental refresher for a second. I don't know if you are like I am and feeling overwhelmed, but so incredibly inspired with all of the wonderful tools that we have been learning about. I want to go and play so badly. So I can't wait to see what comes next. And I am incredibly honored to once again bring up Nikila Walker-Gibson. And we are going to be talking about AI, opening doors, overcoming fears. We've learned a lot about what's out there, and now we're going to look at the bigger picture and how all of these tools and these changes are helping to drive economic development. And just what a wonderful day. So Nikila, with that, I welcome you back up here. Thank you so much.
Oh,
you are also muted.
There we go. Hello, everyone. We are back with our next presentation. Let me get it up. 1 second. I also have a million tabs. 1 second. Okay. And then we want to present. Okay. All right, are we able to see? I'm again going to turn my camera off.
I'm not sure what's going on, Nikila, but just let you know your presentation is good to go. And you are also muted. Oh, you know what? I think let me do this. Okay. Can you give us?
There we go.
There we go. Okay, I got it. I'm bouncing.
All right. There we go. So now let me get my screens back together because I also have multiple screens. All right, there we go. Hello again, everyone. Thank you for being here again today. This is our session on AI facts versus fears. Again, I am Nikila Walker-Gibson, your techie green economic development advocate and entrepreneur. My background and experience is in marketing, strategy, and technology. I was a double major in mathematics and computer science, and am working on completing some of my studies on that. So today we'll dive into how AI is transforming economic development and how it pertains to your business. We will discuss some of the common concerns surrounding its impact, and my goal is to equip you with actionable insights on leveraging AI for sustainable and equitable growth in your business, as well as to be able to advocate for AI to be sustainable for everyone. So our key points, our overview. So why talk about AI and economic development as a small business owner? So AI is revolutionizing various industries, including healthcare and retail, but its impact on economic development is still evolving. Today, we're going to examine both the exciting possibilities of AI and also talk about some of the fears. So we're going to clarify the facts versus the fears. So there are factual benefits to AI that drives the economic development. And we're talking about economic development as it pertains to business ownership, but also as it pertains to the entire economy, because we need the economy to do well for our businesses to do well. So it's important that we have a little bit of this background as we start to come into the spaces of policy changes and things of that nature, so that we are able to participate as well. So today we're going to address common fears and misconceptions. We're going to give a couple of real world examples of AI applications for innovation and growth, and also actionable insights for leveraging AI to achieve sustainable and equitable development. We're also going to talk a little bit about advocacy. So what is AI? AI refers to machines or systems that simulate human intelligence. Humans have been on the track here to try to get machines to think like we do. We are very knowledgeable. We want to know how things work, and we want to know how the brain works. And one way to show that we know how the brain works is to make something that can think for itself. So we go into machine learning. Machine learning is used for predictive analytics in finance, healthcare, and retail. That is another emerging genre of information that I'm pretty sure in next few years we'll be talking about again. We talked a little bit about automation prior, but automation again is reducing time on manual tasks, freeing up resources so we can perform more value-added activities. So natural language processing are NLP. So those again are your chatbots, the things that can have conversational languages back and forth with humans. So your chatbots for the one that we just discussed was around your small business and using it for your customer service. So AI's role in economic development. AI enables businesses to innovate faster by helping with data-driven decisions and optimizing customer service. There are AI tools that can help with repetitive tasks and allow businesses to focus on strategic growth. So for example, in agriculture, AI can be, and in some cases are being used to help farmers predict crop yields and improve efficiency, especially right now when we are dealing with droughts and water issues. So, what role does AI actually play in economic development? So AI is driving innovation. It's creating efficiencies and it's opening up new opportunities. It's transforming industries, enhancing productivity, and in many cases, creating entirely new job categories. So what do you think? Which area do you think AI will have the biggest possible impact on an economic development? Put your comments in the chat. So it's going to be on job creation, efficiency and productivity, innovation and new industries, or all of the above. So one of the most common fears is that AI would take away jobs. It's true that AI will change the job market, but it's also going to create new opportunities. So there have been studies, and AI is expected to increase demand in highly skilled job areas like AI development, data science, and even in creative industries. Automation can reduce some of the repetitive roles, but it can also create opportunities for upskilling and innovation. So a part of your advocacy, or my call to action for your advocacy, is that we encourage upskilling and encourage people to expand their skills to be able to prepare for the new market. So yes, so there will be job shifts. There's a good article, and I will link it for everyone to look at later, by McKinsey, that goes over some of those. So here's the article. Okay, so it's so also, I don't know if you guys have visited maybe your optometrist recently, or maybe have during COVID, remember using telemedicine. So AI tools are going to help us to be able to improve those industries as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to one of our other fears. So it will open up opportunities in healthcare, marketing, which we talked about earlier, and in education with e-learning platforms. This is from the McKinsey article, and it shows some of our resilient and growing occupations here. And then also about how many people are looking to potentially transition into other occupations, and the growth trajectory. So another fear is that AI only benefits big companies with large budgets, leaving small businesses and startups behind. However, the rise of AI as a service tools means that small businesses now have access to affordable, scalable AI solutions. These tools can help them optimize operations, improve marketing efforts, and better understand their customers. So, for example, tools like your customer relationship management can help small business be able to target. And as we discussed before, a lot of these options are available for free or at a very affordable cost that we have not seen in the past when it came to technology for businesses. It's always been way out of our budgets, but now we have access. So here we bring it all together. Well, not all of it, but some of it. AI will exacerbate. Oh my goodness, my pronunciation, excuse me. It will grow inequality. So AI will widen the gap between wealthy corporations and small businesses, worsening economic inequality. So with proper regulation and access to AI, driven inclusive economic growth and benefit underserved communities. So when we go back and we talk about job losses, things of that nature, and we talk about our other fear with in education and business ownership, things of that nature, AI is giving an opportunity for people that didn't have access before to have access. Most people nowadays have a smartphone. And like our presenter before this one said, download the apps. Don't be afraid to use it. Now you have even more at your fingertips than you had before. So, it's a real fear, but it doesn't have to be that way. That's why advocacy in economic development with AI is important. AI has the potential to democratize resources, provide better access to information, and create opportunities for underserved communities. Policies that ensure fair access to AI tools and training are crucial for making sure that AI benefits everyone and not just a select few. Fear number 4, AI in education. Will it enhance learning or replace it? So there are concerns with students that AI tools will hinder students' ability to write, summarize, and think critically. However, as it was said before, and as I always say as well, that AI is a tool. And it's important that we teach our students and ourselves as well to be able to use this tool and to use it in a way that empowers communities and empowers ourselves as well, and our students. So some ways that you can encourage the youth in your life, because they know about ChatGPT, but they don't know how to use it properly, and how to use it to better what they are, not better, enhance what they already are capable of. So some ways that we can discuss with them or tell them ways that they can use it without risking plagiarism is to outline. So let's say the student needs assistance with organizing their thoughts or structuring their writing. Maybe they don't understand. Maybe they don't clearly understand how a narrative is written versus an research essay, and they need some assistance. So you can have AI generate an outline. They can put in their thought process and it can help reorder their outline. It can also assist with writing, especially for our students that are dyslexic or that may have additional learning disabilities. It can provide an additional tool that helps with providing suggestions, improving grammar, vocabulary, even spelling. I know sometimes I forget how to spell a word, and I will, I used to try to put it in Google, but it'll pop up like the similar word and sometimes not the word. But now I can say it to my ChatGPT app and it can tell me how to spell it. So these are ways that students can use it. Also, personalized learning. So maybe they're reading something in their textbook and they're not truly understanding how to or what it means. Like they need it broken down into simpler terms or even language barriers. AI can also translate your translate documents as well. It can assist with research, as our previous speaker talked about perplexity. So also addressing plagiarism, because that is the fear that the students would just copy. So instead of telling the student to put, or not telling them, instead of the student placing their topic in and having it generate the essay for them, AI can be used to help them identify unintentional plagiarism. It can also help them to paraphrase their information and show them different ways, because don't forget, a student is learning. And so these are additional tools that can help your students, or ourselves as students of AI as well, our students of the world, how we can also foster critical thinking and support our educational journeys. So, real world examples of AI in economic development. So, how can we ensure that AI contributes to sustainable, equitable growth? The key is strategic implementation, governments, business, and local communities working together to build policies and programs that prioritize inclusivity. AI can be a powerful tool for improving public services, reducing inefficiencies, and making resource use more sustainable if deployed thoughtfully. So, some real world examples in economic development. So, for the small business owner, you can use AI tools like chatbots or automated marketing, use ChatGPT to help write copy. We can create video. For governments, there's a potential use to assist with urban planning, traffic management, public services, these types of things that, and again, it's not supposed to do it for them. It's a tool to help them. Because when you're in these positions as a business owner, as a government official, or even in emerging markets like supply chains and so on, what you're doing is solving problems. And sometimes it's helpful to have a tool at your hand that has access to the millions of years of data that we have saved and have documented. So, another question. Which of these sectors is best positioned to benefit from AI in the next 5 years? Where do you see the biggest benefit? It could be job growth. It could be being more inclusive. I think public services is going to be a great opportunity for AI. So, leveraging AI for sustainable growth. So, AI helps us manage our resources more efficiently. We all want to have more time. It can also help reduce reduce waste and enable circular economies by ways of excuse me. It can help us reduce our time waste and enable economies. So, for example, in the energy sector, it can help to optimize renewable energy grids by predicting demand. Again, those are those tools that we talked about briefly in the past, predictive tools. Policymakers can also use AI to create frameworks, again, the framing, not the actual content, for fair economic growth that benefits all the sectors of society. For example, AI used in education can provide a personalized learning experience, especially for our students or our community members that may have learning challenges or need a better explanation. So it opens doors for high quality education that's accessible to everyone. So, actionable insights for advocacy. As we all start to embrace AI, we need to embrace it as an innovative tool. It is a tool. It's not to do the work necessarily for us. It is to enhance our creativity, to be able to allow us to be able to do things faster, to help us automate some of those smaller tasks that are tedious and that's taking away from us doing the real work in the different spaces that we are in. It can help foster collaboration between government, private industry, and academic institutions so that we can leverage AI like this presentation series that we are doing now. So, AI for All. Can help invest in workforce transition programs. Again, AI can transcribe text into different languages to help reduce language barriers. AI can help explain things in a way that those that may need the assistance can have. We need to advocate for upskilling and reskilling workers so that we can prepare them for the new AI enhanced roles to ensure that our economy and our communities are thriving as we are going. There's also going to be new businesses that will be able to create new opportunities for entrepreneurship that are either low cost or no cost, which also opens up doors. Entrepreneurship is one of the top ways that people are able to stay in their communities when things like gentrification or things like that happen. We want to be able to develop AI ethics and regulatory frameworks that work for everyone, and also make sure that we are being responsible with our guidelines to prevent bias and misuse. This is very important to why it's important that we all participate in being able to create prompts. Like I showed in the prior presentation, we were able to create the images that we want to see, the images that represent our culture, our family, the world, how we see it, without necessarily having those artistic skills to do it. So, what do you think are the most important factors for ensuring that AI contributes to equitable and sustainable economic growth in your community? That's something for you to think on. So, we did have a question prior about AI with copyright and trademark. Again, this is not legal advice. You have to seek legal counsel for that. But when it comes to AI generated content, it cannot be copywritten. It can't be copywritten because it has to have human involvement. That is the crucial step. AI for training, because there was concern prior about when AI imaging was first coming up about copyrighted material being used to train models. So it is protected, but is also able to be used by the fair use laws, because fair use includes educational, and this is educational. So trademarks. So this is the interesting thing, is that you should be able to trademark your logos as long as it is distinct and it does not infringe on someone else's existing trademark. When it comes to it creating copywritten images, again, do not use anyone's copywritten image. So don't use Mickey Mouse. Don't use, I can't think. Mickey Mouse is the big one. Oh, Harley Davidson. They also will find you. Those are the ones that seem to come up in the news the most. But don't use those and then slap your name on it. But copyright is very, like, if you're unsure, either just don't do it or speak with a lawyer. But it's really mostly like, don't use their content. However, you know, when it comes to like drawings and things of that nature, their copyright is a little interesting, because you technically can do some things in likeness, but it's best just going to use your own prompts, use your own imagination. Styles cannot be copywritten. So things done in the style of most people, artists follow a certain type of trend where there's like a certain style that's being created. So it's just as if you were to go on and paint it. Okay. And so the last one. So our recap and conclusion. So our key takeaways. AI presents an immense opportunity for driving economic growth and productivity. Misconceptions about AI are often overshadow the benefits, but education and ethical use can overcome these fears. Real-world applications demonstrate that AI can benefit everyone, from small businesses to underserved communities. So my call to action is for everyone to start exploring AI tools and strategies to enhance productivity in your organizations and in your businesses, and engage in conversations with your policymakers and community leaders to ensure AI benefits us all. I want you guys to tonight sit and take a moment and think about how the world can improve with AI. Think about the elderly community member that may need a ride to the doctor's office, but they may not have family nearby to take them to the doctor's office. But with self-driving cars that can adjust to, you know, their needs, can take them. Children that may need to get to school and you don't want to put them in an Uber with a stranger. Think about just the different ways that the world can be enhanced with AI. And you'll be amazed at some of the things that you can come up with. But that's the world that we want to create. That is where we're at. So that is it. Are there any additional questions?
Thank you, Nikila. There was a comment about what's going to happen in the legal world in the future. Like, it sounds like there's a lot of gray areas, and these are battles that are going to be fought. over the next few years?
Yes, say that the question one more time.
Oh, it was a comment that there's going to be a lot of legal protection fights. That it sounds like with the discussion between trademarks and fair use and education versus copyrights and stuff like that. That it sounds like there's going to be a lot of legal battles in the future that are going to directly impact how some of these tools are used.
Well, there's that possibility. When it comes to copywriting, like I said, it's very tricky because there are people that draw or paint in their own style copywritten images, and it's a thin line. I don't recommend doing that. But there are people that do, and they are able to sell it as long as they aren't mass producing. You know, they're able to sell their one individual print and have no problems. It's very, very tricky. But if you're just using AI and creating an image all of its own, then you're fine. But there are some people that, you know, again, might try to create, you know, their own style of Mickey Mouse and sell it. It's not that you can't create it. You can create it, but if you try to create it and sell it, then you run into the infringement on Disney's trademarks. And so that's where the issues come in. So it's going to be, it has to be very similar. Like it has to like almost look like this came from that artist in order for them to have that argument. Because even in the world of people being able to paint and draw and create, it's still a very fine line. But if you aren't sure, then seek legal assistance. However, creating regular images, you wouldn't have any problems.
You mentioned the advocacy. So I saw you had two points. One is use the tools and use them in your business, use them in your life. So the second was about advocating to policymakers and in the community. Are there any organizations or folks out there that you would recommend us to look into or get involved with to help ensure that people are understanding what these tools really are and not succumbing to the fears of the headlines?
That is a very good question. And unfortunately, I do not know the names of any off the top of my head. The biggest way to advocate is to create images, create documents and things of that nature to show that this is useful and this is how it can be used and this is how it helps me. So when something does come across, then you can advocate. You can say, hey, this has helped me in this way. This, you know, and also again, especially when it comes to, I'm big on the imagery, because in the beginning there were a lot of images that were offensive that were being created. Not a lot, I don't want to say that, but there were offensive images being created. But with everyone like if everybody had to stop right then and there, the model would have never improved. You know, programmers would have never known what to look for, right? So it's a group effort. It's all of us going in and really starting to create this world that we want to see. And that's with our businesses and also being open to other businesses. You know, it could be, you could be advocating in your business. I do have two businesses, and my other business is a eco-friendly laundry service. And that one is advocacy, with the whole basis of it is advocating for sustainability and, you know, circular economies and things of that nature. So.
Fantastic. Thank you. My mind is just blown today. There's been so much information between the tools. I love you and Kathy both came from different perspectives with the tools, and it was amazing. I have so many things I want to go play with. I can't wait. Yes. And your presentation was a fabulous capstone on top of those tools, because with great power comes great responsibility, right? Yes. And so it's where we think about how do we want to implement these, and we have these great abilities to really change how we operate on a daily basis. But we also need to think about how we implement, because it's kind of the Wild West right now, isn't it? It seems like the tools are changing and improving on a daily basis. So what how do you stay plugged into what the changes are? Because the new models are coming out all the time, and different tools that used to suck are now fabulous, and others that used to be amazing, not so much. So what do you do to stay plugged in?
So I do a lot of research, and also being, studying in the field. I'm a part of it all the time.
Yeah.
So there's, there's textbooks, there's essays that come out. There's the articles, so you can do academic articles and things of that nature. But really, just staying up on tech news. There's no one particular space. You just kind of have to, dive in and see what people are talking about. YouTube is great. I'm not big on YouTube for a lot of things, but YouTube is great for knowing what's coming out, what has came out recently, and to give a deeper dive. TikTok always has like the most recent stuff, but so I usually would see something come across the screen there. Also, Twitter has a few AI and tech spaces that people tend to say, hey, this is what's new. I'm part of a lot of different groups. That's probably my number one source, actually, the different tech groups on Facebook, because there people are constantly having a conversation about what's new, what's improved, what's coming out. But with ChatGPT 4.0, I learned most of what was going on in the space from YouTube, but it's diving in and actually being involved in, testing it out, playing with it. That's how you really learn, is by action, actually doing it.
And we, at this point, we are all empowered to jump in and do so now. So thank you so incredibly much for being with us today, for sharing your time and your knowledge and your wisdom. We all have a lot of homework to do, and I can't wait to get started. So if you could please send us your presentations, that would be amazing. And I can't wait to see what comes next for you. Thank you so very, very much from the bottom of all of our hearts.
Thank you very much for having me.
I accidentally got myself kicked off there. I apologize. So,
there, I was muted.
I kicked myself off. So it happens. So as I was saying, so thank you again so very much. Yeah, look forward to what comes next.
Thank you guys for having me. I look forward to joining in the next conversation. And yeah, everybody reach out if there's anything. The Scribble website is under construction right now, but pretty soon it will be back up, and you guys will be able to reach me at thescribble.com as well.
Thank you so much. So, okay, that was absolutely fantastic. And my life is so much richer for Nikila being in it. I'm so incredibly grateful. So we are now to our final presentation of the day, and it is my joy and honor to be able to introduce. I get to bring on Kay Patrice Williams. She has been instrumental in my life and in the lives of so many within our community. So let me give you a bit of background in case you didn't know. Kay Patrice Williams is the founder of Empower Solano, powered by BrandGov, and has had careers as a nonprofit director, adjunct professor, marketing professional, affordable housing advocate, and community organizer. Exposure and experience in a diverse range of roles in various industries have shaped her commitment to true collaboration and her ability to empathetically hold multiple perspectives. Kay Patrice holds a Juris Doctorate from San Francisco Law School and bachelor's degrees in marketing and economics. She was elected to the Fairfield City Council in 2022, representing District 1, which is Cordelia and Green Valley. With all of that, let me bring on my friend, my boss, my mentor, Kay Patrice Williams. Hi. And you are muted.
I'll eventually stop doing that. Thank you. Thank you for that warm introduction. It means a lot. to hear your
Sure.
bio kind of come back at you. Oh my goodness. So I am just pleased to do this presentation. What it did was made me kind of pause and be able to kind of document what we do and at BrandGov and multiple organizations that we touch. And I'm excited to do this presentation. And let's see. So are you gonna? I know you usually drive the bus for me. Are
You
you
want me?
gonna do
Yeah, I can do that. Yes, let me pull that up right now, and I'll get myself out of here and let you take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. So, hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. If this has been a wonderful uh, 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 collaboration of AI minds. And pleased to to head up the end of it. And here we are, AI for grants, RFP response writing. Let's get started. So, you know what? I just had this beautiful summary of my bio, but this picture was too cute not to use. So, councilwoman, uh, uh, um, CEO, founder of a number of organizations. But let me tell you the part of the story that you may not know. And that is that I am not only an early AI adopter, but I believe in adopting technology quickly and fast in your life. And it's because, and we're doing this summit because I've seen fast integration like this before. I was employee number 22, quite a few years ago. Was that 20 years ago? At DoubleClick. DoubleClick may sound familiar because they were bought out by Google for I believe it was $400 million some year later. So as you know, so I bought in to DoubleClick as an employee really fast when everyone was saying the internet is not going to be that big. Internet advertising, what is that? And I knew it was brilliant. And was able to see internet advertising explode, all of these companies explode on the scene. Because I bought in early, I was able to have enough in stock options to buy my first home. Which I still own. Has a mortgage on it now, but the point is, I was able to buy it because I was an early adopter. So I've seen it when amazing technology hits the scene, and what happens if you hold on to it and run with it and not be afraid. And what I've noticed is that communities of color, we're the first ones to be like, we're nervous about it. We're not interested. We're the last to hold on. And I don't want that for us. I want us to grab hold of this because I've already seen an impact in the last year and a half being an AI early adopter. What was amazing about all the presentations before now is, you were able to see all of these different AI platforms and how to bend into them. And I really appreciate that. But for me, I just want, I kind of focus in on one and dig straight in. So I'm going to show you from my point of view what I was able to do. And let's go to the next slide. So again, I want to give you a sense that I have my fingers on a lot of things. So AI touches all of these businesses that I touch, including myself as a councilwoman. So that's everything from helping me write speeches. And I mean really, really great speeches, to my newsletter, Nisi Marie, who you met. She does my newsletter, and she is able to do it in a voice that sounds just like me. I almost see AI as a better version of myself. I'm not going to say actually, I do. It is a better version of myself that that can be repeatable, which I really, really love. So if I was going to give an overview of every company that I touch, it's community outreach, communications, housing, workforce development, economic development. Those are the things of my heart and my passion that I touch on a everyday, weekly, monthly basis.
I'm going to pop in here real quick because
Yeah.
I can. Because what she also doesn't have on here is Solano Empower Tech, which is going to be education and training. We also have Solano Home Assist, which is about to get launched to provide housing counseling services throughout the community. What's also not on here is Shop Solano, which is a shop local initiative that has that promotes local small businesses and elevates them. And I know I'm probably forgetting other things as well. And we've used AI behind every one of those initiatives, and we continue to use it on a daily basis. One of the reasons I think we were so excited to do this conference today. So apologies for cutting in, but I had to keep painting the picture. There's more.
No apology needed. No apology needed. And thank you for bringing those initiatives up. Most of those are under empowersolano.com. We do some really amazing, what I would call heart-centered, value-based, community value-based work in the community. So next slide. So this is why we're here. And so wanted to give both a business and AI journey, so that you can see like how it connects to revenue. And this is just contract revenue. It's no other revenue that's included. So I just wanted to kind of make it a little clean. And it does not, it's gross. It does not impact expenses. As you know, when you're doing nonprofit work and community-based operational work, a lot of what comes in goes out. It's not really profit driven. It just needs to cover itself. So I wanted you to see a life in my world. And it is 2019, contract only. I had one $20,000 contract, and I was running for office, and thinking that I would not resume any business. I would be full-time an elected official. But in March 2020, I lost that campaign. That same month, I was starting to write a RFP, and it went to zero because it was COVID-19. It was the pandemic shutdown. So April 1st, those event logistics events that we usually got for 20,000, that was wiped out. We didn't know when we were going to be back in person. So I had to start from scratch, contacting my network, and looking for grant opportunities that would make sense. I found two $20,000 grant offerings, went after them both and won them both. Then both of them were increased. And so we went from zero at one time in 2020 to 122. Did that again in 2021, building the team. 2022, you see where we were with 3 grant responses. And let me stop here to say that the reason why there's so few grant responses is because for me, it takes hours and hours and hours to get the grant, read it from end to end, and then start responding it and pull information to respond to it. For me, it was a daunting and overwhelming process. So if you are feeling that same way, if you understand what I'm saying, you tell me in the chat if you can relate to that. But that's where I was. But then in 2023 is when I heard about AI, Chat GPT to be exact. And I was on Clubhouse and was just listening to it day and night, understanding prompts and understanding how to feed it, to understand it better. And I went from being able to respond to 3 grant responses to about one a month, about one a month. And you see that increase. So then I just kind of backed up and said, okay, what else did I do to make us successful? Because I just don't want to talk about AI. There's other pieces that adds on to AI to have success. And by the way, I'm going to show you under the hood of the company in just a few minutes. So hang on with me. I'm getting somewhere. Some of our other secrets of success, we documented and integrated processes in finding grant opportunities. We found a system to track project manage grants, because if anyone's seen a grant package, not only is it thick, but there's all these different deadlines and due dates and documents and supplement documents and all the things. We also went to a go, no go file organization system. I'm going to show you that quickly. I had to get myself together, time management. I became a very good time blocker. So for example, if emails come in all day, I don't see them. I don't see them until it's time for me to look at emails, and then I look at it. Same thing with voicemail. When I'm working, you're not going to be able to reach me. When I'm writing, you won't be able to reach me. And so I think that's the secret to the success. You'll see that I started using AI in January 2023. It's only September 2024 right now, and even later for you all that are watching the replay. And what we were able to do in that year and a half, we've had a few positions that left. We don't have a lot of turnover. Many of staff have been with us for years. We had 2 that just naturally moved on to other things. We didn't have to replace those positions because of AI. We reduced operational expenses because of AI. We've increased productivity for myself. I am happier because it takes me much less time to do it. And there are key members of the team that also use AI too to increase productivity. And today, contract only, in the pipeline, signed contracts, as of today, we have 675. So that's our AI journey. That is to show you that just a few years ago, at 0, you may be at 0 today, but I want to encourage you in these next few slides to get going. Next. So, first is finding grant opportunities. And some of this is going to be very high level. I'm going to give you tools. At the bottom of this slide is going to be a link where you're just going to click on the link and you're going to see more of a comprehensive list of finding grant opportunities, because none of this is for anything if you don't have a grant to submit to. So some of this homework is just going to be looking for grant opportunities that match the greatness in your company. It's stuff that you're already doing well, and you look at it and you're like, oh, if I had this grant, we could do really great work. Next slide. So the next thing that we did is we created a go no go folder and system. So as you all know that have seen grant opportunities, or you will see them in the next few days because you're going to do your homework, you're going to see, you're going to identify these great grants. Well, what you're going to do is put them in your go no go folder, and you're going to create grant opportunity files. You're also going to have your company information files. And that's going to be what makes you different. What is your mission and vision? What do you do? What programs and services do you provide? What are your financials? You're going to put those in folders. Your letters of support, your partners, your brochure. You want to get ready. You have to be ready for this moment to respond to grants, right? And let me show you what that look. I'm going to show you what ours looks like. Next slide. So I believe in shared cloud drives because you have a team. Whether you're a team of 1, 2 today, I want you to prepare yourself to be ready for 10 tomorrow. Okay. And so I use Google Drive. I am a Google girl. I love Google. So that's what I use. But I did move from Dropbox. That was the first system that I had. I know people use Box and OneDrive, but Google Drive is my thing. And you're going to get this deck. So you will see this. I took a screenshot of our go no go drive because I wanted you to see how we organized it. So, of course, organize it in a way that makes sense for you. But here's a good starting point. If you want, copy the way I organize, and then you make it your own. Okay. Next slide. So now you have all of these grants that you found, right? And you're like, what do I do? Now I have to keep up with all of these deadlines, these grant deadlines, and um, uh, uh, um, these meetings that you have to go to. They call them pre-meets. You have to go through all of that. So how do you organize all this? Well, we use Asana. um that's There may be others out there. If there are other out there, you're going to have to find them. I didn't even have the bandwidth to look and compare and contrast. But Asana is what we use. And let me show you on the next screen what that looks like. So this is our Asana. This is actually a screenshot, and you're going to be able to see um and you see how I say business development. um and I also say we miss every shot we don't take, and that was to inspire myself and my team to always look at every opportunity. Always go into this Asana dashboard, see what's assigned to you, because there's nothing more. I don't know if you all have experienced this, but there's nothing more uh, painful than missing an opportunity that really seemed like it was for your organization and for your organization to make a difference. So let me pause here to A, catch a breath, and B, I don't want to get too far ahead of these questions. Um, let's see. So can any business apply? Thank you, Nisi. Okay,
I'm
thank you.
here. Yeah. So we've got, yes. Can any business apply for grants and RFPs?
So it depends. So when you open up the grant opportunity in there, you will see what the qualifications are. Sometimes they will say 501c3 only. Sometimes it will say it'll be silent. Sometimes it'll say government only, education only, institutions only. It just really depends. You have to look at that. Also, if you're a new first time business owner, so here's where it gets creative. So say you've been in the industry for 7 years. I'm thinking about you, Tracy. So Tracy is a master in her industry, case management. That's what she does. But she's been in the industry working for different people for 7 years, but now she starts her new company doing case management. She's a new company, but she has a bandwidth of past performances because that past performance comes over with her. You should apply. So if the scope of work says 3 years, 4 years, you're taking your past performance, apply. And if the question and answer period is still open, send them. You could even send them an email and apply. But we apply if our team has the past performance, we go after it.
Yeah, there's a similar question too for grants for startups.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So as you can see from that, let's step back just a second so people can see what they're, with Asana. I want to show them Asana one more time. So we just talked about some deadlines. If there are meetings where there are pre-submission meetings, if you're going to delegate tasks to the team, even if you're a team of one, you want to delegate those tasks to yourself. And you'll see here how I've organized mine, completed RFPs, RFPs that we said go, no go to, ones that we win. If we won them, that means we have to onboard them. And there's always a status reporting within every opportunity. I like to break that out. And those tasks and meetings, they're usually surrounding onboarding that I've pulled out a bit. So that's what it looks, that's what my dashboard looks like. Also, as you can see, you could upload images, you can cross-link those Google folders and files. It's just Asana is the best thing going. I love it. And by the way, if you look over to the left, you'll also see that we've broken out projects as well. So once we get into the project, the campaign, then it has its own board, and we build that out as well. So again, Asana to me is the best thing going. I do know there's others, but I can't speak intelligently about them. Okay, next slide. So how do we integrate AI? Because what we've done already is we've found grants. We see one that we want. We got organized. We put all of our company information. We've put our financials and staff resumes. We put them all in one place. So the company information is put in one place, and the grant files are all in one place. You want to download those whole packets. And yes, they could be big. They could be 50 pages, 100 pages. They can be 150. They could have a bunch of attachments. All of that you're going to download. I use Google Drive. You use what you want, but it needs to be in one place. I don't know how to utilize AI correctly without having. The best way for me to say it is, not only do you have to be organized, but a better way to say it is you can't be scattered. You've got to be very focused, very organized, and not scattered. That's the way I know how to do it. Okay, so now I am going to shift us over to my AI. Let's see if it'll do it for me. Share screen. Okay, I believe I've found it. Okay, we are in. Let me know if you can see where I am.
You are now up, and also for the folks, the links that she has placed in her presentations for her prompts and stuff like that, I've been putting them in the chat. So if you want to get a sneak peek at those documents for like her prompt list and those kinds of things, you can grab it right out of the chat.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so as I said, I've been using AI for a year since January 2023. And what we were doing first was we were using two different. We were using Poe. We heard that that had was the best way to write, and we were using chat. We would have different members of the grant writing team, and I would be prompting on one thing, they would be prompting on the other, and at that time we compared, contrast, and I decided to go with Chat GPT. Now Chat GPT has improved since then, and so has all the other AI tools. So, feel free to see what's on, what works for you. This works for me. I do have Chat 40. That is the $20 a month. I cannot tell you the difference between this one and the free. I upgraded from the free long time ago. At the time, again, we're the OGs of AI. At the time, you would be in the middle of working and all of a sudden it would crash. And I didn't like that. Or it wouldn't save. So many of my early prompts I can't find anymore because they just disappeared. Where, as you can see, all this year they haven't disappeared. So first, just to kind of get you kind of comfortable, again, I have the paid version. The paid version has this Explore GPTs, which is a super cool tool. You can see the top picks, writing, productivity, a lot of things to play with. And in fact, I have been playing, which is why these other astrology and diagrams and all that's showing, because I was playing with them. So that is a lot of fun. I also see that Canva is connected. There's a lot of image generators connected. There's a lot of things, but let's stay focused here. There is, so what I did, I wanted to kind of protect my own privacy and move the conversation along just to kind of, so you could see some samples. I have found this, and really this is from early 2023, where there was no integration. Oh, by the way, what I also love about this version is you can add from Google Drive and you can upload from your computer PDFs, spreadsheets, Word documents, etc. So that is fairly new. I think that's a 3.30 integration. But back in the day, you couldn't. The only thing you could do is cut and paste, put in a bunch of information about your company, and this one even took some links, and just, I mean, this isn't even well written. Where I just put in information, and said, look, using a $300,000 budget, create a work plan and the following criteria. And I just jotted down some points that I would put in Google Drive, cut and paste. Like, this is just messy, which is why I wanted you to see it, because I wanted to just give me a framework Give me a framework. And so I just put this just messy stuff in there. Oh, but before this, in other prompts, and I organize my prompts based on what I'm thinking about, what I'm writing about. So before that, I talked a lot about brand gov, what makes us different, what makes us stand out, what's amazing about our company, SWOT analysis, that type of thing. So it was familiar. The system was already familiar with who brand gov was. And so it just pops out a work plan. Just pops out a work plan. And so this looks simple for all of you all that write grant responses. Work plans can take a week, a week of focused time, at least for me. Maybe I'm just a slow writer. But it just takes that long. And boom, here it comes. Now, what we do then is we just cut and paste it, put it in a fresh Word document within that no-go file. Within that grant file, we just name it draft response. And we put this information. And for me, it's a starting point. It's a starting point. And just that starting point, I'm just going to say it. Saves me 30 to 40 hours. It might save you 30, 40 hours unless you're just doing these all the time. All the time. Let me keep an eye on my time. Okay. So I wanted you to see a sample of that. Also, I wanted you to see a sample. What I did is I didn't want to give you all of our secret sauce. So what I did was I found a RFP for us to test with. We're going to split over to another screen in just a second. It's going to be part of the presentation you get, so you can see how this works. So I was thinking, let me do a business that's not what I do, and kind of start from there. So literally, create an executive summary, mission, vision statement, and relevant information for a fictional senior day center in Solano County called Solano Senior Day Center, located in Vallejo. We will be using this information to apply to this grant. And I found a grant on California aging that would fit. It was for an adult day center and services. So just that little bit of information gave me a good framework of a Solano Senior Day Center with a mission statement, a vision statement, key objectives, target populations, programs and services, funding purpose, conclusion. It's just a draft, but it's a good draft. And now, if you really do have a day center, you can enter in more information to make it customized to you. And if you have a day, say you have a day care center that you want to convert into, you look at this grant, you're like, oh, $300,000 a year. Okay, I'm going to stop servicing children and I'm going to take this facility and convert it into a senior day center. What does that look like? All of this information you can put in to this chat and build on this chat thread, knowing your business better, what makes you different, and then you're going to tie in the grant. I'm going to say create a draft grant response. Again, this is just giving you framework, because framework is so much easier to do than anything else. So what ChatGPT did was it went into that link that I sent. And if I had uploaded all the documents, I just, we just want to save time and not do that. But it has started working on a complete plan based on what that proposal said. Now, does this negate reading the proposal? It does not. I keep, I'm not going to show you what it is, but just as proof, here is a grant that we're going to be working on. No, I don't want to compete with y'all. I'm not going to tell you what grant it is. But even though I'm going to be feeding a lot of information through ChatGPT, I need to put my hand on paper. I've got to outline it. I've got to think about it. The reason why is because this draft that it comes up with, it's only a starting point, and we need to it's got to have my brain on it to massage it to make it better.
And if I could just point out some of that magic that you just saw. So first off, Patrice taught ChatGPT what her business is. And so it learned that. She only put in a link to the RFP. She didn't have to copy paste or regurgitate the RFP. And it connected the dots between what we've told it about the business and what's in that RFP. And as she continues to refine for the specific response, again, putting that human judgment and critical thinking to it, it will continue to learn that, and it will remember, saving so much time. And it'll keep building on what you've already put in.
It's true. It's true. Let me pause for questions.
Sure.
So the free version. Oh, you know what? You're supposed to read the questions to me, huh?
Oh, it doesn't matter. So what I actually did was I pulled up so through Google AI, the difference, I just Googled what is the difference. And so this is Google using AI to give a rundown of the difference between the free version and the paid version. What you saw about Patrice putting a link in to go out and get information, that is part of the paid version. And what is really nice about the paid version is that you can attach documents. When you first log into ChatGPT, you're going to have the full version. It gives you a set number of prompts using their latest and greatest, so you can feel it. So if you know that you want to do something that's going to include attaching a document, do that first, so it has that information. But for the free version, you can point it to an image and have it analyze the image. But if you want to do the image generation, you're going to use the paid version. And as Michaela had commented earlier, that if you only do one tool, in her opinion, this would be the one to do. And I think that was it for questions so far.
Awesome. Yay. Okay, so let's jump back into the presentation. Let's see, we're going to go to, okay, we went to chat. Now, in the chat, Nisi's already put it in there, the most common prompt. So what I did was, and you may have seen that prompt that I used in ChatGPT. I said, hey, look at all the prompts I've ever entered and summarize them. And so I dropped that into this document. Those are my common prompts. But even looking at those, because I know my ChatGPT is so trained to me, I realized there was more information that needs to be added. So that is just a starter. that is just a foundational. I commit to you all that give me 2 days, Monday morning, and it will be completely updated. It'll be ready for you to really test it, play with it, and use it. Next slide. So this is the test that we already went over. That executive summary, you saw what I typed in to get that executive summary. That is completely different from my any of the companies that I touch. Brand new, and as you can see, it is pretty good. It is good. I'm impressed with it, but it needs your massaging. It needs your touch. What would that senior, if you had a daycare center that you are converting over, what would that look like? What is the secret sauce in your organization that would make this different? And so you're going to be able to play with this, with this link to area and aging, that grant that I found. So you could just play with it, create a thread, play with it. Next slide, please. So this is what it looks like. AI prompting guide for funding. You have that link already. Just wanted to make sure that you had it within the slide as well. Next slide, please. So I added this while the last presentation was happening. I was blown away by Perplexity, because the thing that that ChatGPT doesn't do as well is pull data. I forgot what it's called. It's not ghost data. It makes up stuff. What is it called?
Like scraping. Oh, where it'll try to give you what it thinks you need. This is why, again, we say you have to have a human eye on it, because if it doesn't know, sometimes it makes stuff up. Definitely.
It does. And so I really love that lesson that Kathy gave us about Perplexity. And when she was, she went into that, I'm like, that solves the problem. I want to see the data source. And as you grant writers know, as you RFP responders know, you want to be able to back up your data of what you're saying about Solano County, why this is needed. Why Solano County? You need to be able to point to data sets and not just say, I feel this is what I'm seeing out there. No, you need data. And so while Nikila, you were presenting, I was updating my spreadsheet, my presentation to include Perplexity. I think that is the go-to tool. This, I believe, is going to save us hours and hours of time of trying to find data and data sets. So thank you, Kathy, from Solano Napa SBDC, AI specialist. Next slide. So I did not want to leave without talking about failing forward. What happens when you lose a grant opportunity? Well, it's an opportunity to learn. It's an opportunity to understand where you're weak. Did you, in your scoring matrix, did you not make the connection with data and the need, whether they asked you for it or not? Did you did they feel like you didn't have the capacity to grow into the grant? I remember there was one that we missed earlier this year, and I what did I do? They wanted to know that you've managed that much money before. Well, so I looked at it and I was like, oh, $750,000. Of course, we have managed that before. No, it was $500,000. And I said, yeah, we've managed that before. But it was but the biggest contract that we've had together at that time was like 450. Do you know they said no? They did not consider us as qualified because I said, because for 50, I was short of the 500,000 for the biggest grant that we did. Well, A, I need to pay better attention. B, I should have asked him. C, it's a painful learning lesson. um, the other thing is I wanted to say is we need to continue being better grant writers. There are books out there. I'm sharing with you my mentor, Dr. Barbara Wright. Tell her I sent you. That's her website. She has books. She's on Clubhouse twice a week for free. She has workshops, that are less than $100. So even though I've won, some nice size contracts, I'm always learning to be better, to be more amazing, and be stronger grant writer. And that's through Dr. Barbara Wright. So there you are. You have a resource, and also use that fail forward. I call it a fail forward because it's a no for now, but I believe it could be a yes for later. And so it's develop a relationship with the funder. I remember one debriefing I had, the person said, that was a great response, but we didn't know who you were. We didn't know who you were. We didn't know who your organization was. So in that conversation, I learned so much. And so now we do press releases when we get new contracts. That's so if you do searches for my name, you'll see a lot of the RFPs that we've won, grants that we've won. We talk regularly. And in fact, even though we lost that opportunity, we had a meeting with her earlier this year. I meet with, all of these funders. I try to do it once a year. And she connected us to this year, a relationship that I believe is gonna get us way surpass $1 million of contract dollars a year, just by following up with the funder that said no on a regular basis. So failing forward, I think is a thing, but you're not going to be able to fail forward if you don't go for it in the first place. I think there's one more slide. So in just thinking about this presentation and thinking about you and thinking about this moment, there were some key reflections. And so I tell you because I've changed my chat GPT to know who I am. When I make a pivot, when I add more solutions, when I target another priority population, I'm able to put in our website link and ask it to revise the web copy. Then we go into WordPress. You can use Wix or whatever you use and quickly update it. Like this used to be a process that took forever because I needed to be in the mood to write, to think, not in an operational mode. I needed to be in a more of a creative mode. And this, we can get this stuff done in a week now. So also we've talked about social media posts. Sorry about that. Uncle Larry was calling. We talked about, creating social media posts, but we talked a little bit about refining your business plan by doing a SWOT analysis. Look up SWOT analysis if you don't know what that is. But it's powerful. That's what makes that will make you know what makes you different, what opportunities, what threats. It just puts mine to paper. Your marketing plan, you can name, Nisi and I have used ChatGPT to name programs for us to help us do detailed work plans. Again, work plans for me is a daunting process that would take weeks. I've even had work plans that took me a whole month. And a draft can be done within minutes. But also analyzing income statements and balance sheets. My other reflection: work smarter, not harder. AI helps accelerate productivity, especially when you've mastered your craft. So I have somewhat mastered my craft. I can write successful RFPs. I also and grants. I also lose them, but being able to uh, function well and really train it, I already know what great copy looks like. When and when I say um, AI is a better version of me, it really is. It's my brand voice, but even better and even faster. I want that for all of you too. Also, it helps you create and refine processes. Oh, so sorry. Coming out of that, I want you to create and refine your process. What do you need to do? No, what needs to be processed? If you were going to grow your company from 1 to 10, from 1 to 5, and you needed to delegate tasks, your processes need to be organized and it needs to be ready to be tagged off, so that you're more of an oversight. People say, how do you have your fingers in so many businesses? I have really amazing staff. And I have really great systems. Um, so the other thing is AI is here to stay. You've received so much information on this presentation, on other presentations. Some of you all have gone A through Z, and you might be overwhelmed. I want you to invest the time in yourself, in your organization, in your business, to put it in action. Take the time, put it in action. It's here to stay, AI here to stay, but it's up to us to take advantage of it. So, final slide. So, I am free for speaking engagements, keynote opportunities. I'm sorry, keynotes, partnership opportunities, joint venture opportunities. If you see a grant out there that you think that one of the organizations that I touch would be a great partner, let me know. We will, if you tell me, then well, we'll figure it out. Just if there's an opportunity out there, let us know. We'll figure out how to we'll navigate through a non-disclosure. So there's been times when people have come to me and said, hey, this was one I was working on, and didn't feel like I needed and usually we partner for our weakness. So we're not going to partner for our strength. So, both of us do this well, and then there's a gap. No, we partner for our weakness. So I had already found my partners, and someone else came in and said, hey, there's this opportunity. Be like, so I told them up front, I know about it already. I'm going after it. But I want to protect the community. So we'll do something more formal as far as a non-disclosure. We'll figure it out. And so that QR code, if you are in front of your computer and want to scan the QR code, that will get you to my LinkedIn page. That is an immediate way for us to stay connected. You see my strengths, I see your strengths, and we can message each other. And I don't know. I cannot wait to connect with each and every one of you And that is the end of the presentation. And I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you.
Very well said. Your presentation was amazing. The first time I've actually sat in on one of your presentations, and that was so informative. Thank you so much, and thank you for your transparency. I mean, you shared so much of how you're doing business. It's obvious you want everyone to succeed. You know, a lot of folks, they come up with something that works for them and they want to hoard that little secret, and you're the opposite. You're giving it to everybody. Go, run, grow, thrive. So thank you so very, very much. Looking at the questions, we just had a couple. Walker Angel Enterprise, they gave us the word you were looking for, hallucinations. The hallucinations from ChatGPT.
Yes.
It doesn't know.
Yes.
Yes. And Tracy had asked if there were any one-on-one classes to set up on her laptop. To get hands-on with this kind of stuff. If there's any that you've used to recommend, I saw you did give us a recommendation for Dr. Barbara Wright, which is great. Is there any other classes or trainings that you have found useful?
So there's a lot of I'm trying to think of a nice word. Scammy. Grant resources that are so overpriced. What I want you to do is, for now, just use Dr. Barbara Wright. I really like her price point. She is a multi-million-dollar grant writer, but has no time to write grants, but sees us, adds our numbers to hers. She wants to, $100 million is her goal. So so when she trains us and we're at $1 million, that adds to her total. So she is guided by that. If you want me to vet somebody, I've seen so many bad ones. If you want me to vet somebody, just, on LinkedIn, send me a message and ask me about someone, and I will tell you in private versus me blasting bad folk.
And I'm going to say too, use the tool. Go to ChatGPT and say, I want to learn how to use this. Please give me a homework assignment or guide me through or teach me how to do this. That's the beauty of it, is you can ask the actual tool to teach you how to do it, which is fabulous.
It is. It is.
And so we are, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask, was there any other questions? I know we're up at time.
No, but we've got lots of folks chiming in. This is very informative, an awesome day of info. Thank you. And so this has been an amazing day. Before we get too far, I need to send a huge amount of gratitude to Nikila Gibson for both of her presentations, to Kathy Bollock from Napa Solano SDC, there we go, I got it. And to Kay Patrice Williams for opening the hood of the car and sharing everything that you're doing. And I work with you and I didn't even know that stuff. So it was really, really impressive. So thank you so very much. And thank you to everybody who sat with us for the day. It was a lot. And I know it's going to take some time to process it, but we will get the presentations together and make it available. And as long as you registered, we will get in contact with you. Give us a day or two to get our feet back under us. Let's do this together, please. Kay Patrice, you want to close us out?
I do. I wanted to thank you, Nisi Marie. So, as I said, earlier, you are the reason why I needed a trusted messenger. Whatever was coming up on my feed, I was like, what is this? And you were like, no, it's pretty good. I like it. Let me show you. And so that first person to walk me in the door was you. So it's super meaningful for you to be my partner in production crime, to be here. And for our first summit, you were like, hey, let's split this up. And I'm like, yes, do it all at once. Let's just block the time and do it. And so you are in front of the scenes, behind the scenes, and I just appreciate you. Also, we started our day with Dr. I keep on saying doctor, director,
Carolyn Gray.
Carolyn Gray. She is so phenomenal, and she's the director of the California office of
the Small Business Advocate.
Small
And
Business
she is
Advocate.
she and her team are out there fighting for all of you with resources and help and support. If you weren't here for the keynote, it will be on the recordings. And she is on fire.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So also stay connected on if you sent this to someone, have them sign up, register, because we will, that's the only way you're going to get the presentation. You got to get on our list. Also, Nisi is creating, there is a way to work with us. We're going to be holding some help desk sessions. There's going to be opportunities where you're going to be able to sit with us for just, I think, did we price it at $30?
Yes. Yeah, I'll pull up some information. So we have a little bundle. This conference itself is free to attend. And we just to try and help offset some of the costs of the day, we have a package called AI Access Plus, and with it you get all of the recordings, all of the presentations, and more importantly, there are 3 help desk sessions where you can bring your questions, you can get hands-on, and get that special attention to practice and to confirm your understanding, or even just ask for some support and ideas. So it's a fabulous deal. If you go to AuthenticIntelligence.live, you can follow the link and sign up for that. So yeah.
Yeah. And and if you're part of our so $30, yeah, so don't go to Starbucks this week, and you get that for a whole month. Like, that's incredible. But if you're part of our Justice Impacted, if you're impacted at all, in our Justice Involved community, you get that package for what? Free. You don't even pay the $30. So that's it. That's all.
Okay. Everybody have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us. And I look forward to seeing all of the magic that you create out there and see you thrive, and help our community, because it's only by coming together that we all make each other stronger. So thank you. Thank you for letting us be a part of your day.
Thank you.